the Speaker of the House, Tajuddin Abbas. According to Abbas, 288 lawmakers voted in support of the bill, while 4 were against it a day after the lawmakers dedicated Thursday to debating the bill. The lawmakers voted on the bill by a show of hands as the Speaker explained that the electronic voting system is not functional. Meanwhile, the Senate has passed the bill on the establishment of state police through second reading. It deferred the debate to the Senate Committee on Constitutional Review during the plenary. The Senate President Godswill Akpabio said the lawmakers will vote on the bill during the next sitting. The Senate has condemned and dissociated itself from comments attributed to Senator Adams Oshomole describing the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited (NNPCL) as a bunch of criminals and thieves. According to the upper chamber, the remarks do not represent the official position, resolution, opinion, finding or determination of the upper legislative chamber. The clarification was contained in resolutions during the plenary on Thursday following a motion sponsored by Senate leader Opeyemi Bamidele. The Senate also declared that no Senate committee has the authority to issue, authorize, or execute a warrant of arrest except in strict compliance with the provisions of the Legislative House's Powers and Privileges Act and with express approval of the President of the Senate. The resolutions come barely 24 hours after the Senate Committee on Public Accounts reportedly considered and recommended the issuance of a warrant of arrest against the former Group Chief Executive Officer of the NNPCL, Mele Kyari, over allegations that he failed to honor invitations extended by the committee. During deliberations on the motion, lawmakers strongly condemned the comments attributed to Senator Oshomole, describing them as an unwarranted attack on the character of public officers. The Senate maintained that such statements were personal opinions and should not be construed as the position of the institution. Several senators, including the Deputy Senate President Barau Jibrin, said the Senate Minority Leader Abba Moro cautioned the Edo State lawmaker against making remarks capable of undermining the integrity of public institutions. They urged lawmakers to remain guided by the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the Senate standing orders in the discharge of their legislative responsibilities. The Senate reaffirmed its commitment to due process, legislative decorum, and adherence to established legal procedures in carrying out its oversight functions. Responding to concerns raised by his colleagues, Oshomole defended his actions, admitting that his comments were made under provocation after lawmakers were denigrated and accused by the NNPCL officials. The federal government has urged international oil company Eni to speed up on the final investment decisions of the $20 billion Zaba Zaba and Bonga Southwest developments. Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Oil, Heineken Lukbobri, made the plea on when he met with Eni management in Abuja. The meeting focused on the key milestones required to achieve the FIDs and explored opportunities for collaboration with local and international partners to advance the projects and maximize their impact on Nigeria's economy. The projects valued at about $20 billion are expected to add 150 barrels per day to the current production capacity, significantly boosting Nigeria's oil output. While reaffirming federal government's commitment to providing all necessary support for the successful delivery of these projects, Lukbobri urged Eni to fast-track the FID process so that Nigerians can begin to enjoy the economic benefits and opportunities arising from these strategic investments. Following the historic resolution of a long-standing legal dispute over OPL 245, the government approved Eni's field development plan for the deep water assets. The project will utilize a floating production storage and offloading vessel with a processing capacity of 150,000 barrels of oil per day. The first batch of Nigerians repatriated from South Africa following recent xenophobic attacks have arrived at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport in Lagos. The returnees were transported aboard on Air Peace flight, which departed OR Tambo International Airport in Johannesburg on Wednesday night and arrived early as of today. Security agencies, National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, FAN officials are on ground for thorough documentation and profiling procedures of evacuated Nigerians. The aircraft's landing followed hours of waiting by security personnel and other board management officials who kept vigil at the airport. Scores of personnel had thronged the airport airside to witness the arrival of Nigerians. who continue to recount their ordeal in South Africa. It is disclosed that the federal government had fully funded the repatriation exercise and also put in place the necessary reception and support arrangements for the returnees. The returnees will also receive the appropriate assistance and support before being reunited with their families. The repatriation exercise follows concerns over attacks targeting foreign nationals in parts of South Africa, prompting Nigerian authorities to facilitate the voluntary return of affected citizens. The people of Rumosi community in Obiakpo local government area of Rivers State have faulted the Chief Colonel Ogumerum Eke that his family secured several court judgments against Rumosi people. The chairman of the Ike Kwaru village of Rumosi community, Elder Ernest Ihunda, in reaction to the comment by Eke, acknowledged that Eke's family actually secured judgment against other families within his community, Rumaolu, and not against Rumosi people. Ihunda, who doubles as the chairman of Anti-Land Grabbers Committee in Rumosi, while narrating how Colonel Ogumerum Eke had, during the court proceeding at Choba Customary Court, pleaded with Rumosi people to witness for his family in the landed property, numbering about 100 of 60 plots, contrary to claim that the land is 6,000 plots. Ihunda, while confirming that the land in question is currently a subject of litigation before River State High Court, challenged Colonel Ogumerumeke to present any other judgment he claims to have secured before the court, just as he commended the intervention of Obiakpo Council Chairman Gift Molu.
Mr. Colonel Ogureke got a judgment against his people from our community, not Rumo's community. When this matter was going on at Choba Customary Court, Ogureke came to my family seeking for witness, to come and witness for him. We asked him that we cannot witness for you without the our community because to enter gender. Colonel Ogureke filed provision that the matter is doing is along the SAS road. Refusing to join is not a judgment. I'm surprised in hearing that Colonel Ogureke say he had a judgment over Rumo's community. We are present in court with Rumo community, including Colonel Ogureke. Why not him bring the judgment there, over there? Then somebody cannot use 160 plots, over 6,000 plots.
Also speaking, a property owner along Obirikuri Airport Road, Basoeni Benibo, criticized Colonel Ogumerum Eke for using a single judgment of Choba Customary Court covering 160 plots of land to convert over 6,000 plots of land, revealing how Survey General of the state had reported to the Nigerian police.
Covering 160 plots. What he is using to lay claim on over 6,000 plots. What are it? He uses that judgment to go to various lands in Rivers State to claim ownership. He had severally deceived the Commissioner of Police, who gave him cover always. Now, the facts are clear. A customary court judgment, which he won, only has 160 plots in Ruma Hollow.
Another stakeholder who also reacted to the issue, Austin Omunaku Amadi, insisted that Rumaolo community do not own property along Obirikuri Airport Road, but along SARS Road, which is where the land in the judgment in favor of Eke and his family situated. Wondered why Colonel Ogumerum Eke has continued to deceive members of the public with the same judgment.
On SARS Road, not on the airport road. Rumaolo, as I know, do not have land, yes, along the airport road. This of your general report from their own survey plan that they took to court. The survey general report is there showing that they do not have land along the airport road. Survey general is the one who is in custody of lands in River State. Police, SWAT, Abuja have investigated this matter too. The college does not own land on the airport road.
You're listening to the World News on Today95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. To stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Well, thank you so much for staying with us now, the rest of our stories. The leadership and members of the Nigerian Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers has solicited for collaboration with Oilserve Company and the paramount ruler of Rumo-Pericom Kingdom in Obiakpo local government area of Rivers State, His Royal Majesty King Barry Amewuli Owabie, for their international conference expected to hold in Port Harcourt. The National President of Nigerian Engineers of Electrical Electronics, Engineer Felix Adebayo, made the request when he led a delegation on a courtesy visit to the paramount ruler of Rumo-Pericom Kingdom, His Royal Majesty King Barry Amewuli Owabie. Engineer Adebayo in his speech at the palace said that they were at the palace to pay royal homage ahead of their international conference in Port Harcourt scheduled between 12th and 16th of October 2026. Engineer Adebayo, while recalling that Port Harcourt hosted same event in 2018, added that the association represents over 10,000 engineers, including telecom and AI engineers, reassuring that all the electrical engineers will be in attendance during the conference. He pleaded with the paramount ruler to convey that program to his subjects, particularly engineers and investors, to avail themselves the opportunity of participating during the event, noting that their target audience are engineers, investors, and the students' community to brainstorm ideas and remain relevant with the current global trends.
Net zero goal of having pollution-free, environmental-friendly energy generation. And so what Oilserve is doing serves as a bridge in that transition as we move away from fossil fuel dependence economy to green energy. So we're here to collaborate with them. The institute having engineers, especially electrical electronic engineers, and especially that we're having this year conference in Port Harcourt, upcoming engineers and younger engineers in the area of training.
In his responses, the paramount ruler of Rumo-Pericom Kingdom, His Royal Majesty King Barry Amewuli Owabie, who spoke through Sir Chief Sani Ovunda, thanked the President and members of Nigerian Engineers of Electrical Electronics for the choice of Port Harcourt in their international conference. He expressed hope that the paramount ruler will give positive response to their request and ensure that critical stakeholders were mobilized during the event in October this year.
The request you made on those who will partner with you, who will convey that to ways of doing it, think you will be able to make one or two contacts from you. On behalf of the kingdom, we wish and clear that this conference you're coming River State will be the best ever. Very peaceful deliberation. Deliberations lift your national.
Today FM correspondent reports that the group, while at the Oilserve Company, President Felix Adeboye commended the Oilserve Company on their transition efforts from fossil fuel dependency economy to the green energy economy as Nigeria is working towards Nexus Zero goal, pollution-free, environmental-friendly energy generation, among other things. He maintained that the institute have engineers, particularly in the electronics and electrical, and having their international conference this year, which he said was the reason for the visit, to seek collective effort with Oilserve Company operating in the environment that they cannot just push away, just as he requested for some support in the area of training of young engineers, as well as the institute to also support in the area of developing the company capacity. Responding on behalf of Oilserve Company, the Chief of Staff to the MD, CEO of the company, Cephalus Wariri, thanked NIE for the choice of their company and promised that their request will be communicated to the management, adding that the gesture is part of their corporate social responsibilities and a way of showcasing their product and services. The delegates present at the event are the President of NIE, Felix Adeboye, Deputy President Tony Nwubu, BTD George, Member, Pioneer Chapter Chairman Nwachuku Noaunsi, Chairman, Port Harcourt Chapter Richie John, Chimizuri Nwoko, Immediate Past Chairman Namdi Chidozie Unyaji, Deputy Chairman, and Chinelu Izora, Section Coordinator. The Elele Alumni General Council Forum is scheduled 13th of June 2026 to hold their next meeting to discuss some vital issues, including security report, especially on the issue of roadside trading, herders' activities, profiling of motorcycle operators, the issue of disrespect and regards to invitations from the palace, especially to multinational companies, consideration on strengthening of Elele Alimini security vigilance, proliferation of religious organizations in Elele Alimini, reports and review of court suits and litigations will also form major issues to be discussed in the meeting. The Elele Alimini General Council, which is scheduled to hold at 10 a.m. at the Community Civic Center, will also consider the adoption of report by Committee on Burial Rights, Custom and Tradition, report on expansion of OHA in Council, and reports by the Councillor representing Ward 9 in Emoa Local Government Area, Sylvanus Ekweme Dike. In a statement by the Public Relations Officer of the Obako Elele Alimini, Chief Lord Miza Obaka, on behalf of the Royal Highness Eze Peter Nwabara, said the forum will also look at the report by the Committee on Abandoned Government Projects in Elele Alimini. The statement invited all the statutory representative members of various villages, including the Ohain Council, chiefs, elites, CDC, Organimu Eleweri, Nadi Committee, Youth Body, the representative of non-indigents, and the entire people of Elele Alimini resident home and abroad to be part of the second quarter general meeting of the Obako Elele Alimini in 2026. The statement also affirmed that other critical issues may deem necessary will be discussed and urged indigenous people to be part of the forum for the benefit of the development of the committee. On the foreign scene, 3 of the 5 candidates to become the next United Nations Secretary General or woman from Latin America have taken part in a debate in Geneva. They set out their plans to reform the world body, which is facing a lack of funding, multiple conflicts, and dwindling faith in multilateralism. Chile's Michelle Bachelet, Costa Rica's Rebecca Grinspan, and Ecuador's Maria Fernanda Espinosa are all hoping to succeed Antonio Guterres, who steps down at the end.
Wetin you dey find for Sokoto? E don dey your domoto. Unique Company Limited na the ogbonge company wey dey deal on all sizes of quarry products like chippings. For Unique, we no dey do the more you look, the less you see, because we get standard weigh bridge wey go weigh the quantity wey you want. You confirm am, you pay, you carry your chippings, you go house, everybody's happy. Wetin you dey wait for? Waka go Unique Company Limited wey dey along Obirikwere Airport Road beside Bowen Filling Station now, or you reach them with these numbers:
0912 994 7115, 0912 994 7115, or 0813 572 3222, 0813 572 3222.
Today 95.1 FM, where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people.
Hit the road, fill your drive. Ignite the vibe, stay locked. Today 95.1 FM, radio on the go.
Looking to grow your business?
Ready to elevate your brand and reach the right audience? This is your moment to take your brand to the next level with.
Please listen to this infomercial.
In a very wonderful time and season that we are in, and a lot of persons are complaining because of economic issues and struggles, it's important for you to understand that, you see, the difference between you and the success you're looking at for can just be a piece of information that separates you from that reality, as well as possibly the right person, you know. People say it is not working. You know, when something is not working, you should investigate to understand why it's not working. Basically, the reason why it's not working is simply you possibly do not know how, the steps and principles on how to apply for that for it to really work. Okay, I'm inviting you for a very important program, and this program is called Kingdom Capital Project. As a way of giving back to the society, our company Trade to Retire a company that is given to training people in forex and the financial markets. That's what we do. And we've been operating, and by God's grace, we've trained hundreds and thousands of students who are trading today. And we will be inviting you for an amazing program, on the 18th and on the 19th and on the 20th of the month of June. And I want you to be there, on the 18th, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Now, it'll be nice to have you come for that program. And it's a program designed to teach you Forex, to teach you how to trade, teach you the importance and things to learn. And most importantly, you want to connect with traders. You want to connect with friends. You want to connect with people that know how to do. Let me tell you something. Somebody say, oh, give me your money, I will trade for you. And maybe you have been a victim of all these things. But do you know these are things you can actually learn for yourself and know how to do this thing? Because you actually been trading all these days. Each time you do some transaction, somebody gives you $1 or $2 bill, you go to media bookie to change it. What have you been doing? That same thing. So this is a golden opportunity for you. All you need to do is simple. Text the word YES. Text the word YES to gain entrance to that program. It's going to be very powerful on the 18th, 19th, and 20th of the month of June 2026. Text the word YES to 0916 1419 928. 0916 1419 928. 0916 1419 928. Just text the word yes to that particular number, and by God's grace, you will be sent a message, so you'll be there in the program. Where is this program happening? It's going to be happening at the Trade to Retire Training Executive Office, and that is at Stadium Link Road, King David Plaza, Stadium Link Road, King David Plaza, Stadium Link Road, on the 18th, 19th, and the 20th. All you need to do to be in that program is simple. Text the word yes now to that number, 0916 1419 928. Somebody's asking, but if I don't know anything about Forex, can I come? Of course you can come. So the whole journey starts one day. Do you get what I'm saying? The whole journey starts one day. And we'll have an amazing trainer, Mr. Prince. Oh goodness, such an amazing young man who has trained a lot of persons and is doing very well for himself. We have Mr. Bishop, and so on and so forth. They are simply amazing. So be there on the 18th Thursday, on the 19th Friday, and on the 20th Saturday at the Trade to Retire Office, King David Plaza, Stadium Link Road. How do I go there? Simple. Text the name. Text the word yes to this number, 0916 1419 928. 0916 1419 928. And this program is free. Did you hear me? It is absolutely free. What's the time of the program? You better find your way to be there. We have a morning session, we have an evening session. So my best for you is that just text in your name, and they will reach out to you to tell you how to get about it. The program starts exactly by 9 a.m. People start entering by 8 o'clock in the morning. So people registration begins 8 o'clock in the morning. So by 9, training begins. So make sure you are there for the last time now. Text the name. If you want to learn Forex, you want to connect with Forex traders, you belong into that community, you love Forex, just text YES to this number, 0916 1419 928. It is time for you to be successful. Trust God, believe it. And I tell you, the Kingdom Capital Project is a Christian initiative helping you to build your financial freedom and economy. God bless you. Thank you.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Today 95.1 FM, where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people. Prepping ourselves into the weekend. It's Thursday, June 11, 2026, 6:35. Do you have like an actual prep for the weekend? If you had one, what would it be like? Do you like prepare your mind for the weekend? Or just something that happens? Because I was just thinking about the fact that I said we are prepping for the weekend, and I was wondering if there's an actual preparation for it. But maybe there is, right? There are people who prep for the weekend. So you say that, oh, Friday is almost close, right? Thank God it's Friday. Or you plan for a Saturday and your Sunday. Well, that could be a thing. I was just thinking aloud, though. All right, this is Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. It's 6:36, and it's today's Connect. We began with the world news at 6, and now it's What's on Your Mind. Well, interesting, we're going to have a little shift, little adjusting today, and that's because we are going to be streaming the opening of the World Cup, and that will do from 8 to 10. So what that means is that we're bringing forward Security and You. So all the security details and security updates and the discourse today, you would start hearing that from a few minutes past 7. Remember that if you have always tuned in on Today's Connect, you know that Security and You holds from 8 to 9. But today, for today, would have Security and You from 7 to 8. And then from 8 to 10, we'll be streaming the opening of the World Cup. Right, the World Cup will be streaming the World Cup opening game from 8 to 10. It's going to be interesting, so you don't want to miss that. But because we had to bring that to you, we thought, let's do some tweaking, right? Let's just tweak some things and bring this one forward so that at the end of the day we do our best for you and give you exactly what you deserve for today. All right, so we'll do that. Security and You, Mr. Smith will be talking to me from 7 to 8. It also means there wouldn't be the thrill today with Runa Bara. However, the 10 p.m. news, that's the world news, would still air here live on Today 95.1 FM. But without much, let's get on what's on your mind. Let's get to find out what you are thinking about, right? Now, it may not be what you're thinking about right now. It could be something that is important to you that you want to talk about, right? So what is on your mind? Straight to the point. No long story this evening. All right, let's just get on it. Sharp. Right, so you tell me what is on your mind. And how do we do it? You just dial the number and you go on and tell me. It's your time now. It's that moment where I'm like, okay, I'm just going to sit here and listen to you talk. Right? It's Today 95.1 FM, and my name is Queen Chima. So the phone lines are 0810 9510 951. I'll take that again. 0810 951 951. Then if you would rather send a text or WhatsApp message or even a voice recording via WhatsApp, then you can do that to this other number, 0701 9339 962. That is a text or WhatsApp message. Then you can do a voice recording to that number, 0701 9339 962. Welcome. What's on your mind? Good evening.
What is on my mind is, good evening. My name is Nonso, calling from Port Harcourt.
Welcome, Nonso.
What is on my mind is, I passed through Cornerstone. Then I was asking people, or asking myself, whether Cornerstone is it part of River State, is it part of Obiabo? I don't know why they don't want to do that road. Now, if this NCA is blocked, NCA is blocked. They are using one way. All the cars going to Choba are passing that road. The road is blocked. I'm just tired of people. They should try and walk that road.
Yeah.
That is on my mind. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for calling. What's on your mind? 0810 9510 951. Welcome. Good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Yeah, Shima, good evening. How are you?
I'm fine. I don't think that sounds like me, but it's fine. Good evening.
That's exactly like you. I'm trying to yeah. You know what is in my mind? I'm sure you know who's talking.
I do, Dr. Chris. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Yeah, what's in my mind is more they pain me when Nigeria no qualify for World Cup.
I can imagine.
So sad. When I saw this guy filing out, is it South Africa filing out this evening? Going to play with Mexico. the team 10 more.
Mm.
God. Oh, there. And this our sport, this very sport is good. Do you understand?
Yeah.
It's a sport that can qualify at least the first round.
Mm.
Honestly speaking, that's what it's spending me, honestly.
I understand.
Never again, please. No Nigeria, no World Cup. Never again.
Okay. Would come on with that.
Exactly.
Yes, we would.
Thank you.
All
Have
right.
a blessed night.
Have a blessed
Make sure
evening.
you're awake to watch the matches.
All right. I will try.
Thank you.
All right. What's on your mind, right? Say it, right? Just call and say whatever it is. Welcome. What's on your mind?
Hello, good evening.
Good evening. What's on your mind?
What is on my mind is the passage of the establishment of a state police that will soon be hijacked by the governors to hunt the Wishon Opposition Party. They can only have execute their strength when it concerns the opposition party that perceive enemies. Because Mr. President even called opposition parties that the leaders, the delegate from Plateau State that played in the visit also that say they were playing to the hands of his enemies. So why they want to fast? Is it the reason why it requires PDP governors and other opposition governors to join the APC with their national assembly, with the state house assembly, so that anything we wanted from our national assembly or to the state house assembly, they will approve it with speed. Why can't the devolution of power to allow every state to control their resources from their own soil? And for other carry, let Lagos residents are asking Tinubu, who own the alphabet, the country that handles a contract and logistic project in Lagos State. So they should start from the investigation of Mr. President, the Lord and Minister of Aviation. First of all, I'm dragging to court over the missing of resources. The owners of the village.
All right. Wrap up your thoughts, please.
The land, the land that Dangote Consortium is a refinery. They say they paid 100 billion. Dangote paid $100 billion US to Lagos State, which Tinubu used to execute 2023 presidential election. They say they haven't seen it dime from that money. Where is the money?
All right. Welcome. What's on your mind?
Yeah, this is Mr. Zion.
All right, Mr. Zion. Good evening.
I have to refute that claim that state policing will be used as a tool to witch hunt people. Please, we should stop promoting such narratives. You want states to control their resources, and you don't want states to have their own police. What's on my mind this evening is the way a lot of some single mothers are suffering right now. I mean this economical woe which we are going through. Some of them have been abandoned by the man who impregnated them. And I want to plead with these guys who have done this. Please, I beg you, fall back to that lady you impregnated and she's the one taking care of those children or taking care of that child. If your answer are not strong, direct out to your people, to your family people, to your brothers, to your sister, your mother. Let them assist this young girl. The load on these single mothers that have been abandoned is too much. Some of them are going the extreme to make sure that they take care of this child or these children. And when these children later grow and become something, you start bearing still your name that failed to take care of the child. I beg you, Oga, even if not 10,000 every week, try to support this girl. Yes, on a true no day, but for the sake and the benefit of that child, when she be trained for you, take care of you. Just imagine taking care of a child for somebody that will support 1 naira. I beg, look who every single mother. Mrs. Zion.
All right. Welcome. What's on your mind? Yes, good evening.
Good evening to you. Queen, I've just been wondering what is going to be the state of the condition of Yoruba State by when they do their hands by 29th May, right? I think 29th of May next year, when they are going to, when the next administration is going to be taken, we're going to take over. I've just been wondering what is going to be the condition of River State by that date.
Okay.
Because the way things are going in River State, I don't understand though. I don't know if I'm the only person seeing it. River State is dilapidated. River State is going down, especially have you been to Obogoro? Have you been to Obogoro? Have you been to this other community, I think, near Obogoro? Look at NTA Road. Look at, there's a very small spot by Majesty Estate, close to adjacent Dominion City. In the space of 1 year, that place has been reconstructed. How do I even put it? Very good times. And every time they do it, it doesn't last. Small spots that shouldn't take 24 hours to do that. Yet they will keep people stranded for 3 months, block it. At the end of the day, after 3 days, and when they finish it, but 3 months at most, go to that place. Go to the front of the community and see what they're doing. Look at refuse everywhere. Every corner you go to a River State, everywhere. You cannot drive interval of 3 poles without one heavy smell from, enveloping you. What with this we are going? I think with this way we are going, what is River State going to be looking like before this administration hands over? It's a terrible situation, and I don't think people are not talking about it. Thank you, Queen.
All right. That's what's on your mind. Now, you can share what's on your mind to 0810-9510951. Welcome.
Yeah. What is on my mind is, the devolution of power should start from control of resources by the state government. They rejected the outcome, the committee, the recommendation that by CONFAB in 2014 that was organized by Jonathan. They said we were not part of it, that Jonathan unpicked people across the nations, across the 36 states, I think, and FCT. Those that are in his good book. So APC and Tinubu rejected the outcome of the recommendation of Tinubu push, part of it, the state police and the evolution of power, a single term, which they are not pursuing. Because when you are out of power, you see solutions. But when you are in power, your brain is turned upside down. So this state police, is it the one that in Lagos State that Ensu will become a commissioner of police and his admiral, and they will stop non-indigenous from coming out to vote in Lagos State? So state police will not work. They should settle for community policing. Let every community village enter the same, because we go to Ahafia, Arochukwu, nobody will enter the Arochukwu and see what to carry mayhem and go on challenge. So every community, they should prepare themselves to protect themselves, defend themselves against Maruda. Thank you very much.
What's on your mind?
Good evening to you.
Good evening, Robin Maja. Good evening.
Bless you. I'm blessed to you. I'm blessed me too. I'm a blessed Nigeria. Queen.
Yes.
Do we have Commissioner of Education in River?
Yes, we do. Peter Wago.
Sure?
Yes, Peter Wago. Yes, we do.
Wago.
Yes.
Is he on sabbatical or on duty? I'm asking this question because I'm worried. It was yesterday within the hours of eyewitness report when the news broke out. Somebody called him. And it turned to be a fact that 2 young students lost their lives in Choba Bridge, returning from examination. It is in the news this morning. And I've not heard the voice of the Commissioner of Education in River State. When it happened in Zamfara State, Borno State, Oyo State, people shout. And I keep telling them that what we are shouting far north, far west, is before us here in River State. The Commissioner of Education has not spoken to the people of River State. The demise of those 2 young lads who are struggling in their education. No word. Is it how a people should be ruled, should be governed? The life of those 2 students writing WAEC does not matter for River State government. Is that what they are telling me? It's not fair now. Every life is important. Those students just died because they are struggling to make a success out of education. And the River State government has kept mute, getting almost 24 hours since this incident. It's painful, and I feel this should not happen in 21st century. I am not happy.
All right, then.
The same way we shout, the River State government will not talk to us. The governor will not talk. Commissioner will not talk. Those 2 children are just dead in that manner. So sad. I am worried. God bless you, and may their soul rest with the Lord.
Yeah, I saw that video this morning. I couldn't even. It was traumatizing. Sad, really sad one. Well, I'm hoping that there would be some form of condolences or statement made by the commissioner, because I remember that when the incident with Wisdom Gate happened, he did put out a statement, an official statement. In fact, there was a signed press release expressing deep sorrow and extending the state government's condolences to that traumatized family, and also the order of an indefinite suspension of academic operations at that school. So maybe there'd still be one coming from the commission and the ministry. Welcome. What's on your mind?
Please, I beg your indulgence to just comment on this thing this young man said. That's my route, Queen. Queen, have you seen how those Okada and Keke at University Junction Choba? Do you see how they ride?
It's terrible. I mean, this is the east-west road, the whole one-way thing. Like, it's
especially Queen Shima, especially Choba Junction. Choba Junction, those Keke and those bike guys. I don't want to profile anybody, but when you go, can you just get to Choba Junction anytime, evening, morning, and see how, sometimes Professor George really started controlling them when he became VC. Probably he got tired.
It's okay. I'll take other people's thoughts since you called earlier.
The one-way thing from Choba Junction to Alakaya, the one-way thing, and the nature of guys that ride this bike and Keke. Oh my God!
It's
Sorry?
I use the route every day, almost every day. It's alarming. It's the one-way drive. Thank you, Dr. Chris. I'd have to take another call. All right, what's on my mind is the Democracy Day, June 12. Government should cancel the celebration, or better still, declare it a mourning day for me. For me, there is nothing to celebrate in Nigeria. The country is in deep pain, ravaged with killings and kidnappings. There is severe hardship in the land. Imagine 5 seed of tomatoes for 1,000 naira. Gas, 1 kg is 2 kg. Fuel is 1.5. High cost of electric bill and accommodation. High rate of unemployment and poverty. This is the time for sober reflection and re-evaluation of the nation. Government must rise up to her responsibility to end insecurity and enhance the living standard of Nigerians. Mr. Lucky. Please, I shall be grateful if you people can help the retirees by creating awareness for the payment of their gratuity and pension arrears from Mbakabwari or Taji. All right, thank you for saying what's on your mind. Queen, I'm against state creation. You mean state police? Because here in River State, the structure owner would use his structure and his loyalists to recruit only boys into it. Then the people would completely be silenced and subdued from Kano. That's what's on your mind. All right. Let's go to WhatsApp and see what's happening there. Good evening, beautiful presenter. What's on my mind is that tomorrow Nigeria youth should rise up, challenge all these corrupt and incompetent politicians. We should tell them that the country belongs to the people, not few corrupt and visionless politicians with massive protests across the country. Enough is enough. We should say no to bad leaders for the development of the country. From Dr. Prince Nelson. All right, and then let's listen to this.
Good evening, my sister in the studio. My name is Ateke Ezekiah, calling from UP Sanford Bulgari. My sister, what is on my mind? Nigeria government, they are too wicked. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, that man doesn't have the sympathy of a human. Since the very first day this man came into power, Nigerians are suffering. Every day and night, if you're on the street, you will see that Nigerians are suffering. Other presidents are coming and going, then they remove subsidy. They are still stealing Nigeria's money, but the masses did not care for that one. They are still going for that daily routine to go and console. For the very first day President Bola Ahmed Tinubu came to power, he removed the subsidy. the hardship became times 100 in Nigeria. My sister, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu doesn't have the sympathy of a human. That's what is in my mind.
All right. Thank you for sharing what's on your mind. This person, it's a text message. What's on my mind is the level of unemployment in the country, and government is telling us that there is economic reform. Chijuki. All right. Welcome. What's on your mind?
Good evening, good Chima.
Good evening. Welcome. What's on your mind?
Yeah, what is my mind is this. I want to use this medium to beg our government chairman, led by Honorable Dr. Chid Lloyd, to help us give everyone people life. We are suffering. Thank you. This is what is my mind. I make Chigozi from Udon back in the clan.
All right, Chigozi. Welcome. What's on your mind?
Yeah, this is Dixon calling from Uniport.
Gibson, welcome.
What is on my mind is all about the presidency and the president. Since our president came into this country 2023 till date, we, the giant of Africa, we've been going down. The World Cup is starting today as a result of the bad luck of our government. We are not there to play to entertain Nigerians. And Nigerians were angry. Every other country in the World Cup, Nigeria is not there. While our president is busy doing structure. I want to take the state police are talking about. They just want to bring it for 2027 election. But when because I have almost 30 states in their control, APC. So by the time they bring state police, they will really intimidate other voters that want to vote for the various parties of their choice. So all Nigeria should stand up. Whatever plan and effort they are trying to do to intimidate us 2027, we will resist them. And we stand up, take back our country from this bad economy we are going through, suffering, hardship, bad luck, and no life. If you look at now in our country, no life. For days, weeks, no life. They're taking the life, giving us solar that is just only on the road. So we stand up, take over our economy, take over our government, come 2020, and vote out this bad government. From the national to the state level, vote out APC. And
All
take
right.
over our country and our state.
All right. Let's wrap up with you. What's on your mind? Welcome.
Quincy, good evening.
Yes, good evening.
My name is Sunday, calling from Sakot.
Welcome, Sunday.
What that bothers me most now is about these my leaders that borrow money every day. They went to outside country, they go to outside country, they travel to outside country to borrow money anyhow. Bet.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go on.
But for this my bank, I don't want to mention the name in order not to disgrace them. They will say it's stamp this, stamp that, collected money from our account without they delivered it to the state. It's very bad. When I ask, they say it's federal government's order. Please, they should stop that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. All right, that's how we wrap up What's on Your Mind. Thank you so much for sharing this evening and airing that. I'm Corinne Chima. So a few minutes past 7, we're talking to Ukechi Smith Dibia. I told you earlier that Security and You will be holding 7 o'clock. That's 7 p.m. to 8, because from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. we'll be streaming the World Cup opening, the games here on Today95.1 FM. So we don't want you to miss that experience. Yeah, Nigeria's not at the World Cup does not mean that you should not, savor the experience of the opening. It's a lot of entertainment, and so you should have a lot of fun enjoying that. Good evening. I'm Queen Chima. Shortly, Security and You. Do stay. Today 95.1 FM, where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people. today. And then we're talking Nigeria, facing Nigeria especially. And while attention is often focused on the streets, that's street crime, banditry, kidnapping, especially what we're being faced with in the country at the moment, terrorism and the incessant killings and also abductions and all that we have witnessed in the country and the rising spate of insecurity. Some criminologists are arguing that these problems are often linked to the actions or inactions of powerful individuals and institutions. And so the elite theory of crime suggests that those with political, economic, or social power can influence laws, evade accountability, and create conditions that enable crime and insecurity to flourish. So today with our guests, we're going to be discussing the elite theory of crime and how it is fueling insecurity. The elite theory of crime and how it is fueling insecurity. So you're going to find out this evening what this theory is and its connection to crime or insecurity. And then, well, we'll be asking some questions. Can insecurity truly be defeated if corruption and abuse of power remain unchecked? What role should citizens play in holding powerful individuals and institutions accountable? And how can communities prevent youth from being recruited into criminal and violent networks? I'm being joined virtually by Ukechi Smith, Dibia, security expert. Good evening, Mr. Smith. It's good to have you join me on Security and You.
Good evening, Queen. How are you doing today?
I am fine, thank you. We brought your time forward this evening so we can get you to enjoy the World Cup opening games. Thank you so much for accepting to do this.
Yeah, no problem. I understand that the World Cup will be starting by 8 o'clock, so
all right.
I have to do this.
All right. So let's get straight into it. You did talk about the elite theory of crime and how it fuels insecurity. I mean, for someone hearing this for the first time, elite theory of crime, what does that mean?
Okay, good evening, listeners, once again. Queen, you can actually agree with me that as a country, we are facing one of the most challenging periods in the history of our country, Nigeria. Across all regions or all states, you see citizens are confronted with kidnapping, we have banditry, we have terrorism, confusing, political violence and robbery. Cyber crime, communal clashes, illegal mining, piracy, and organized criminal network. This is a whole lot for a country to be going to almost at the same time. And most times we have also associated security with unemployment, poverty, and probably institutions or failure of institutions. Yes, those ones are often blamed for insecurity. No doubt, just like what you stated and what I have said some time ago, as a criminologist, we don't just look at crime from the eye or from the lens of anybody. We look at crime from different lenses. So we really know how and why this happened. There is a theory in criminology that is known as elite theory of crime.
Okay.
Now, that's because we're trying to know what is the factors, what is the part of the elite in terms of fueling insecurity in a state, in a community, in a country, and as large. So, listening to me, the elite theory of crime argues that a relatively small group of influential individuals often possesses significant political, economic, or social power within the society. Do you agree with me on that, Vin?
Yes, Mr. Smith.
Yeah, relatively small group of people. Today I was watching the National Assembly. I think the House of Rep passing a bill for
state police.
State police,
Yeah.
state police. And do you know the concern of almost 60 to 80% of Nigeria? The concern is that the politicians will use it against their opponents.
Yeah.
You can see how this powerful individual, which is known as the elite, has now brought us to. We are no longer thinking about what the result that community police will produce. We are now looking at how the powerful individuals, according to the elite theory of crime, will use it as against the opponent. And now, because according to the theory, is a relatively small group of influential individuals, often possesses significant political, economic, or social power within the society. According to this theory, power is concentrated among a small group. That's why we are afraid. That's why we have believed that they are the ones that will make decisions for us. Anybody they bring for us is the person that we are going to support. Anything they do, we will support, even when it is wrong. That's why the power is concentrated among a small group. And now, because power is concentrated among this small group, decisions affecting society are often influenced by these powerful individuals. And laws and institutions may sometimes be used to protect elite interests. Do you see it? Now, because the power belongs to this small group, now you see that decisions affecting society are often influenced by this. I remember I think last month or thereabout, there was a bill in the National Assembly that was trying to state that the first the first time senators are not to be speakers in the Senate. I don't know, I will not be Senate president. I don't know if you had that bill that was trying to skate through that time that brought to Shomile and the Senate president almost clashing recently. This is exactly what we're trying to say, because the Senate president for today became Senate president almost in his first term, if I'm not mistaken. And now, because these are people elite together, they have now tried to make a decision that will often influence, the society. And like in my profession, there is also what one of the authorities in criminology used to say. He says that laws in some African countries are like cobweb, that it only catch mosquitoes, it does not catch lizards, it does not catch rats. So what this means is that laws and institutions may sometimes be used to protect elite interests. And of course, sometimes some form of harmful behaviors, by these powerful actors may also receive less scrutiny than crime committed by ordinary citizens. Now, you have seen a situation where you have some people, some elites, that former governors that were declared wanted, their names under investigation list of the EFCC and all of that. Some of them were tagged looting 80 billion, 800. I mean, some even they investigated, they paid school fees up front and all that. We didn't know about this. They told us about it. Meaning that this actually happened because they told us. But today, some of them are candidates of a particular either House of Reps, Senate, and all of that. So that is to tell you that sometimes the harmful this thing, a powerful sector may receive less scrutiny than crime committed by an ordinary citizen. Now, an ordinary citizen can go to prison just by taking less than anything. As much as I know that whatever is crime is crime. It's not there is no crime bigger than any crime is crime, no doubt. But when you look at it, it's just like when the Holy Book say all sin are equal. You understand? So you now begin to weigh. It's just someone saying they don't want saying a lie or telling lies, and so a murderer. You now weigh it in your own lens. How are they equal? Do you understand what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. What I'm trying to say. So sometimes this is their behavior and how they behave usually have less scrutiny because they are the elite. And this theory does not claim that the elite, all elite engages in criminal activity.
Of course not.
Rather, it highlights how the misuse of power by influential individuals can contribute to crime and insecurity.
Yeah.
Now, Queen, let me tell you that what we are passing through today as regards the insecurity that is ravaging the country are seed that we sowed 15, 20, 25 years ago. Yes, because imagine a situation where from the time we took over from the British and we maintained the infrastructure that were handed over to us. We can imagine, and we added to whatever had been added over to us. You can imagine how far we go. Queen, if you go to South Africa, when they took over, they maintained the infrastructure and they continue improving on the infrastructure.
Okay.
Let me tell you, Queen, the elite theory that has posited that this small group of individuals are the ones that are making decisions for us. Let me tell you, from when we took, let's say from 1999 to date, check the new political leaders, how they have added to the infrastructures that has already been there. The federal secretariat you have in Port Harcourt had remained the federal secretariat, and that federal secretariat was not built by a democratic leader, where the military leader. In fact, let me tell you that 80% of signature infrastructures that we have today are actually being done by these people, the military regime, and some we took over from our colonial masters. The new elites that are leading us have not done much for us or for the nation. So that is why I'm saying that the level of insecurity that we are facing today are failure that we admitted or that we caused 10, 15, 20 years ago.
Yeah. Mr. Smith,
okay.
Yes. Since you've done this introduction and explained what this elite elite theory of crime means, one is beginning to paint pictures already in their head, especially in the country where some people have said that they will or they can point out to people who they think are responsible for insecurity. Well, that's not been proven. However, another person may just be asking, you call them a small group of people, yes, influential, and wondering how does that impact insecurity and what sort of impact does it have? Maybe even asking the quota it contributes to insecurity as compared to a larger population.
Okay, I will say that when power is exercised responsibly, elite can drive development. And when power is abused, insecurity can grow. Do you understand that? Now you are talking of how this group of people influences the society to the extent that fuels crime and criminality, right?
Yes, sir.
Good. Now, these individuals, like I have stated, are the ones making decisions for us. They are our political leaders. They are people that will come and take decisions for us. In some cases, these political actors recruit or sponsor violent groups to intimidate their opponents and influence election or protect in their interest. Now, how does this happen? In fact, if you wake up in the morning and probably go to radio or paper review, you hear how these people are influencing our ideology. How they are selling their ideology to us, whereby we are now being mortgaged to an extent to them. Our decisions are mortgaged to them in the sense that whatever they bring to us is what we will support. We sometimes, as a society, no longer have our own way to say this thing is not working well. As such, I won't follow this elite, because everything elite does are to their favor. So because they have so looted, they have so embezzled the funds that are meant for building infrastructures in schools, because they have so looted this money, because they have so enriched themselves, because they have so created a very wide gap between them and the poor. You see, so the poor or the common citizen or another thing are not dependent on the elite. So whatever they tell us is what we do.
So inequality is already a problem.
Sorry?
Inequality is a problem, major cause of insecurity.
Exactly what it is. Okay. That's why who created the inequality? It is the elite that created the inequality, because Queen, in Singapore, you can hardly separate the elite from the common man.
Okay.
Because the children of the elite and the children of the common man are in the same school. They are in the same hostel. They do the same thing. They buy in the same market. But Queen, today, how do you know big man around you? Is where their children are not around. They are schooling abroad. Queen, look at the elite from the presidency down to even the local government chairman. 90% of their children are schooling abroad. Queen, do you know the consequences of what this is? This is a very high level of inequality, and this will definitely create support what we call conflict theory. Okay. Because when people have created this kind level of inequality and have sent their children abroad, when they no longer have interest in the local school, they no longer have interest in the public school. That's why I've told you that in Singapore, the children of a senator is in the same public school with the children of a laborer. And you know what that will do to the school? What it will do to the institutional educational system is that when the child of a governor goes home, he tells his father, today we suffered in the school because the water supply was cut off due to one or two damages. And the father will say, no, my daughter is there, my son is there. As such, he calls the person in charge, please go to this school, there is a problem.
Yeah.
And it goes down to everybody. But a situation whereby the gap of inequality is just too much that they don't even know what is happening in the public schools. They don't even know what is happening in the universities. The little money they bring is putted. There is one policy that came up for school loans, student loans.
Yeah.
Tell me, how has that helped? Do you have how many persons that have been affected or benefited with that? How many students go to University of Monaco, go to all these universities, you see students suffering, trying to make ends meet because they can't access this loan. You cannot say it's a student loan and you want a student to bring a C of O. You put the criteria to the level that students cannot even get. Sometimes they get exhausted in getting this thing. So that is why I have said that inequality is that one that these guys have created to the extent that is fueling crime in the society.
So the disparity is already here. It's existent. And for some people, they may be questioning how far we have gone, or even if would ever experience a looseness in this disparity. And I'm just thinking, what kind of institutions do we have? Institutions that can fight this inequality, fight this elite or the disparity, or our institutions are a function of the elites or a makeup by the elites, and so cannot even do anything? And then furthermore, what can be done?
Queen, see, resecting this abnormal system, if I want to borrow that word, resecting it is simple. It is very simple. Like I just told you, imagine that the ball ends in the top hierarchy, that's the desk of the president. Imagine a situation where the president probably discusses with the National Assembly to make a law that every political holder's children should school in Nigeria. Every political holder should take medical treatment in Nigeria. And make the political positions less attractive.
Okay.
Imagine for Paranon, a senator probably might be taking 10 to 15 million. That his salary should be like 800,000 a month. Times it by 1 year is approximately 10 to 12 million. Only free allowances and everything ends in 10 to 12 million. You have just made that particular position less attractive.
Yeah.
Queen, I can tell you, within a twinkle of an eye, Nigeria will sit up. Things will just work.
I'm smiling because maybe someone is and wondering if that would ever happen or when would it happen.
That's why we are talking of elite theory.
Okay.
That will never happen. Queen, last week we talked about school adoption and we talked about the Safe School Initiative.
Yes.
And we looked at the budget within 140 something million, less than 150 million, and billion, right?
Yes.
Now, and while we're talking, I told you that you were talking why was it not released or something. I told you that because it has to affect the common man. Now, just after that particular day or thereabouts, we had a court that ruled that the National Assembly, the vehicle they bought were too much of all of that.
Yes.
And the budget of that vehicle, according to, is over 114 billion.
All right, Mr. Smith, let's take this commercial. Hold on that thought to pick up.
Okay.
I get the update for you. Bet truly Naija. It don't enter. Life it don't enter. Casino like no other with the best Naija. Truly Naija. We Bet Naija. Everybody come.
Spin and win big with Bet Naija's truly Nigerian casino. Not for persons under the age of 18. Bet responsibly.
Bet Naija. Truly Naija.
Today 95.1 FM, where news meets insight, sports meet hitting you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people. Today 95.1 FM, voice of the people. It's security and you, and we've been speaking to Ukechi Smith Dibia, discussing the elite theory of crime and how it is fueling insecurity. Well, if you've been following, guest has said that, well, security is not solely the responsibility of law enforcement agencies. It is influenced by leadership, governance, accountability, especially a group of people who are influential, and their decisions, policies, actions and inactions, and how it affects insecurity. Mr. Smith, before we open the phone lines, you were talking about the spending of government
from the National Assembly.
Yes.
Yes, I was saying that the Safe School Initiative, to an extent, failed because of no implementation and funding. Now, if you look at the budget, you see how money were released. Sometimes federal government releasing 15 billion and all that. And even with the 15 billion, we still have schools that doesn't even have it all. We still don't have schools that don't. But then the National Assembly just bought the car according to the courts that was not a proper way of getting that and all that. But in a judgment where these days we get judgment and we begin to judgment sometimes.
All right. All right, there was a network glitch, but I can hear you now.
Yeah, I was saying that these days, because of how the elite had so become almost demigod, they have influenced all sectors. That's why sometimes you get a judgment that does not have action.
Yeah.
If not, imagine in your studio and there is a judgment against your procurement manager that the mic involves were above what they are supposed to, be paid for and all that. So what happens? You just left the judgment there. There's no punishment for the procurement manager. There is no form of refunding back to your organization. Nothing. You just left it there. That is what the elite has done. That's how far the elite have destroyed the institutions. That's why you can see that a court will give a ruling and you bring in 20 lawyers here. They will interpret it based on their interest. And you begin to imagine how many constitutions do we have? Hey, let me tell you, the problem we have today are caused by the elites. After this 2027 election, the same people that came that were re-elected, that the vehicles were bought, we still buy another one. When it is in this country that the elite, the political elite, will go as length as using what is this Elon Musk car?
Tesla?
Sorry?
Tesla,
yeah. The truck is this I've forgotten.
the
No,
cyber
truck, exactly.
Okay.
That is in this country where you say a politician will use it. Wait, let me tell you, even a local government chairman is using a bulletproof vehicle. So this is how far the elite has taken us to. So what I'm trying to say is that how this elite driven insecurity affects Nigerian youth. You think number one, the elite recruits. I mean, sometimes their recruitment into criminal network, and they get youth into criminal network because when election time has come, they will want youth to support them. We'll have an information where sometimes they go to release some people in prison because it is the election period. So the problem we are facing, the insecurity we are facing, were the failure of what they are supposed to do. Look at the infrastructures we have. Look at our refineries. No one is functioning. Look at how many $billion that has been invested in our refinery. None functioning. And now what has happened? What has happened is that the Chinese company wants to take over that of Port Harcourt. And like I said, the elite has they've been influential to the extent that even when you're taking over something that has been budgeted money for, nobody is supposed to return any money. No refund of funds.
All right.
Let me tell you, okay, before you go for call, let me tell you, if you go to Asia, go to Shanghai, there's a particular place where they have sculptures of failed leaders.
Yeah.
They have it as a sculpture, and they've just put it there, put your statue there, put your name, everything. And you know that when any citizen get depressed, feel bad, they come to that point, that place. Some of them will slap you, some of them will beat the sculptures, some of them will, they do so many things, some of them will spit, some of them will pour water. That is how these guys have gone, how far they've gone to make sure that they make that political area less attractive. So everybody in the political system tries to take the right decision, because if you fail, they will put your statue there and make mockery of you forever almost. So that's what it is. The relatives of an elite was kidnapped, and it just took less than days and they were rescued. Let me remind you that by Monday, the children in Oyo and the teachers must have spent 1 month in the adopters camp. What are we talking about?
All right. So, the big question here would be, can insecurity truly be defeated if corruption and abuse of power remain unchecked? Can insecurity...
The only way that insecurity that is ravaging us can be defeated is when the elite have decided to defeat and to stop insecurity.
All right. Let's get to hear from you, our listener. You've been listening to our guest, Okechi Smith Dibia, talk about the elite theory of crime. States that security is not solely the responsibility of law enforcement agencies. It is influenced by leadership, governance, accountability. And now, so you look at the country, Nigeria, you're asking questions. And questions like, do you believe corruption is a major driver of insecurity? How does abuse of public office affect security institutions and public trust? And then maybe what role should citizens play in holding powerful individuals and institutions accountable? And let's get your thoughts. It's Security on You on Today 95.1 FM, 0810-9510-95. When you can call that number, send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701 9339962. Welcome to Security on You on Today 95.1 FM.
Yes, thank you, Queen. And greeting to our guest, Okechi Smith. Queen, I agree with our guest to a large extent. But somewhat, I have always disagreed on the side that security is everybody's business. If you listen to him and all he has crystallized, you will now understand that those political bourgeois who have the power to implement, to obey rule of law, are the people desecrating our constitution. So what role do I have to play? Please, let me remind you, if you have forgotten, or those who are listening to the sound of my voice, if this present government led by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu want to be upright, is it not shocking that a minister that was sacked under his government, I'm talking about Betta Edu, was the woman who represented his wife, First Lady, he never said here, some weeks back, to come and share rice. The same government, a minister, Naji, that was sacked for forgery of certificate, has gone to Enugu State to collect some to become governor of Enugu State without prosecution by Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
All right then.
Who is responsible? The government, not me. Thank you.
All right. Welcome to Security and You.
Hello?
Yes, good evening. Welcome to Security and You.
Good evening, my sister.
Good evening.
I guess there too.
Welcome.
Our brother guest, we are trying, but it is very difficult for we to get the truth because it has been so deeply into our flesh. I am Mr. Kurier, please. Now, my sister, can we just yesterday, the Auditor General was talking about how it is very difficult that with our lawyer that the way governors, how they are giving account of their results. So it's very wonderful. Both the senators, that you represented the constituency and the allocation was given to you. You cannot go to the inner city, inner community to do your work. And at the end of the every month, they give them money. Now, as I'm talking to you, my sister, if what happened in Ghana, it did not happen in Nigeria, there is no way. What happened in Ghana, that's like Jerry Lawrence. When he was in Nigeria, we were interviewing him. He said the action he took in Ghana, that it is what bring Ghana peace. Because it has gone to the stage where there is no leader can talk, they listen again because of corruption. And you look at where the corruption are coming, it's from the top. Now, at the end of the day, my sister, look at what you and me are suffering. No fuel, no gas now is 2,000 naira. And who are you the one causing? Now somebody will tell me the gas now, they are exporting gas to another place. Why we are suffering here? Oh, it will be very difficult. Just like what our guest is saying.
All right.
It will be very difficult. Now that judges are involved, now that security are involved, it will be very difficult for you to get to the root.
All
Thank you
right.
very much.
Welcome to Security and You.
Yeah, Lady Singh.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, that is our security expert, Casey Smith. I greet you.
Go on, please. Yeah.
My name is Reginald. I'm calling from Togochi. Insecurity cannot stop when the issue of corruption has not been addressed. In authority, because policies and programs of government have a lot to do in addressing the issue of insecurity. When the elite have captured the system and make it as if it is only their decision, it's a situation where one person or two persons will hold the country hostage, will hold the state hostage on the ground that whatever thing they decide is what is going to happen.
All right.
That is why it is affecting our electoral system.
All right then.
Because it is through, it's through our electoral system that we make a change. And let me also tell you here that this elite system has also been reflected in our communities, in our villages. We see an elite, one person or two persons, holding that community, holding that and hosting on the ground that whatever they want, whoever they want in authority is the person that is.
All right.
To the detriment of other situations. So it's unfortunate. So,
all right. Let's take this call. Welcome to Security and You. Are you there? Good evening. Welcome to Security and You.
Good evening, my own sister.
Good evening, my brother.
Let me say something about this insecurity and myself. See, this security problem will not go out of Nigeria except our leaders stop looting money. Because the little one that they will invest on getting the equipment for security, they loot bank or send to overseas. So this is the problem. Our government, they are so highly corrupted. So they should stop looting money so that we make use of our money. That is my own suggestion. Thank you. I'm Oki Wabeze, Obogo man.
All right, Ovogo man. All right, Mr. Smith, let's get to wrap up this conversation. I know I'd asked you earlier what can be done, but let's reiterate that again. Maybe pointing towards the role of the people. Is there something that can be done at least? And if there is, what's that? I mean, to help with this theory that already posits that insecurity is influenced by the elite, by influential people, a small group of people who control power.
Yeah, let me just say that insecurity is not only a security problem. It is also linked to governance, linked to accountability, institutional effectiveness. When government is accountable to the citizens, insecurity will drastically reduce. When institutions are strengthened, whereby the elites and the common man will have same justice, crime will drastically reduce. Security is everyone's responsibility, but leadership accountability remains a cornerstone of national security. When leaders are accountable, when insecurity will reduce. What is a local government chairman doing with bulletproof cars? So I think that what can be done is just simple. Strengthen the institutions in the country, reduce the juicy attractiveness of the political elite or of the elite, and then make an adjustment in the constitutions to say all our children should school here. Once you are political leaders, once you are an elite in the political sector, let your children school here. So if you don't want your children to be here and you're a senator, then what that means is that you resign and send them abroad. But once you are a senator or you are anywhere in the political sector, your children will school here. And I can tell you, crime will reduce drastically. What are we waiting for? When a bandit will do a TikTok live video and we cannot know the location of that. In technology, there is three factors that matters. Maybe I will go there next week. We talked about the access control. We talked about the bridge. The repeater, and we talked about the bridge. As I'm talking to you, there is an access control that is transmitting from where I am. and the service provider can tell me that they don't know where I'm transmitting from. When, as you're receiving that call, there is something that is called a breach that has brought it down to where you are receiving and communicating with me. The service provider tells me that they don't know where the bridge is stationed, and they don't also know where the repeater is transmitting from. The problem is that the elite has refused to come to stop insecurity. And if they don't stop it, in future, I don't know what will happen. But I tell you, it's becoming a juicy business. When the bandits were on live TikToks and they were dashing people 100,000. Are you aware?
Yeah, I saw those videos.
They were live TikTok. It was everywhere on channels and all that. And people were live TikTok. They were saying when you bring your account number, they will dash you 100,000. And people were submitting their account number. And youth were submitting account number. And bandits, one of those TikTok bandit guys, were giving them 100,000. Just Google it and see. It just happened 2 days ago.
Yeah, I saw the videos.
What are we talking about? Yeah. That is how far they've taken us.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ukechi Smith, Dibia. So it means that if we must address insecurity, we must take effective measures to committing to justice, transparency, and responsible citizenship.
Exactly what it is. A safer Nigeria requires that both ordinary citizens and powerful actors operate under same standard of justice, transparency, and responsibility. This is what happens in Singapore, Finland, Netherlands, Rwanda. I mean, mention them.
All right.
People operate in same standard and have same justice.
All right. Thank you so much for your thoughts this evening on security and you. And I hope you'll be watching the opening of the World Cup.
I'm there already, in as much as I've secured my soul and body.
Okay, all right. I like that. I like that I was able to ease you a little because you've been a little
thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, and do have a fantastic
evening.
Thank you,
listeners. Please, sorry, I think I will post some of these facts in my social media handle. Maybe they just follow me up on Facebook. Okay. I will put up some of this information. Somebody made me and said, I no longer put some of those things. I say, I'm sorry, but I promise I'll put some of these scripts. Right. For students of postgraduate students, project students can get information from there and do one or two. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Have a great evening. All right, that's it on security and you this evening. I hope that you did get all that information. And most importantly, acknowledging the importance of accountability in governance and the contribution that whether political actors or leaders have to play and their role to ensuring that we have a safer country. Accountability, very important. Now, remember that earlier I said that we'll be streaming the opening of the World Cup right here on Today95.1 FM. Now, the FIFA World Cup obviously brings together the best footballing nations from across the globe in a tournament that captures the attention of billions of fans, and we're obviously not leaving you out of this opening as for the next several weeks. You know that even our sports crew will keep you glued with information and updates. Football will once again unite people of different cultures, languages, and backgrounds through the excitement of the beautiful game. Someone had called earlier and said, I'm so sad Nigeria didn't make it to the World Cup. Yeah, I understand how you feel. But well, you know that the opening match is always special. It's officially kicks off the tournament and sets the tone for the weeks ahead. So beyond the football itself, the opening day often features colorful ceremonies, cultural displays, entertainment, and a chance for the host nation to welcome the world. So even as we count down to the kickoff, so expect intense competition, tactical battles between teams, the emergence of new stars, updates from our sports crew here and most of our programs. Live here on Today 95.1 FM. We'll always bring you those comprehensive coverage of the tournament, including match previews, expert analysis, score updates, reactions, and discussions on the biggest talking points from the competition. But tonight, you just enjoy the opening, right? And just a little rewinding. Remember that Nigeria appeared at the FIFA World Cup 6 times, making its debut in 1994. Where the Super Eagles quickly announced themselves to the world, reaching the round of 16 in their very first appearance. So Nigeria repeated that feat in 1998 and again in 2014, producing memorable performances and showcasing some of Africa's finest football talent. That should be some sort of soothing for you tonight, especially if you're still crying that, oh, we didn't make it this time. You still remember your legends from J.J. Okocha, Rashidi Yekini, Kanu Wankwo, Sunday Oliseh, John Obi Mikel, Ahmed Musa, and all their prideful performances, right? Although we didn't qualify for some of these recent editions, but then enjoy the World Cup opening. But before we go to that opening, exactly 8, that being a number of songs that were done, and you had some of your favorites. There was Burna Boy, Davido, was there Ira Star? Okay, no, I don't think that there was an Ira Star. Okay, I'm not getting that now. Okay, Shakira, and then a number of them, right? And that opening. And then I Show Speed did do something on the World Cup opening. I'm going to play you that one as you prepare yourself into the opening, right? Which would start streaming live 8 p.m. And we also said that it would do that from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. So there wouldn't be the thrill today. We'll be thrilling you the World Cup opening. And then 10 o'clock, Rona Bar will be here for the world news, and afterwards, the world today. So it's going to be an exciting evening. I Show Speed World Cup song playing next. This will play until the top of the hour, 8 o'clock, and then we start streaming live the World Cup opening. I'm Queen Chima. Good evening, and have a fantastic 2 hour of an opening and a football experience of an opening that's electrifying, and enjoy every bit of it. Good evening.
listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Today 95.1 FM. Where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people.
Thousands of them are coming down on us. We have toilet rolls in Madrid.
Exactly.
We've got sombreros in Mexico City.
Which do you prefer, John?
You know, I think it's a score draw. Well, I'm pleased to say as well that listeners to the World Service are joining us. This is going live to Sub-Saharan Africa, and quite right too when it's the World Cup. This is the opening match. It's Mexico against South Africa, and stand by for 39 days of, I hope, I trust, stunning coverage from BBC Radio, on BBC Sounds, on the World Service, and also right across the BBC on all of the many and varied platforms. BBC website, on the television, and indeed almost everywhere you'll look on the media you will find the BBC across this. The teams for this opening match: Mexico with Rangel in goal, Ochoa on the bench, back four of Reyes, Montes the captain, Vasquez and Gallardo. Then in midfield, Lira with Roberto Alvarado and Alvaro Fidalgo either side of him, so no place in the starting lineup for Edson Alvarez. Then Brian Gutierrez, Julian Quinones, and then the former Fulham man, as he is now, having just signed for Wolves, Raul Jimenez, starting a World Cup match for the very first time, having just turned 35. And South Africa, as we were hearing a little earlier from Dean Furman, very much a South African-based team, with 6 players from the Mamelodi Sundowns, 1 from Orlando Pirates in the starting lineup, as well as 1 Premier League player in Lyle Foster. They have the captain, Ronwen Williams, in goal, who we heard from earlier, 3 central defenders, Volcon, Sapisi and Mbukazi, then Mudeo on the right, Madiba on the left as the wing-backs. In the middle, Sitole with Jaden Adams and Tebo Mokoena either side of him, and then Ikram Reyners and Lyle Foster. So we're about ready to go. The smoke is drifting away out of the magnificent Aztec Stadium. Today this stadium becomes the first to stage 3 World Cup opening matches. The other 2 ended in draws, by the way. Also, it extends its record as holding the most matches in the World Cup. This is its 20th World Cup match, more than any other World Cup venue. How on earth must the players be feeling down there on the surface, with 83,000 people watching on here, but many, many millions more following this around the globe. The World Cup is about to begin. Group A is about to begin. The Brazilian referee, Wilton Sampaio, stands. Mexico, green shirts, white shorts, red socks. South Africa in the almost all yellow kit with the green numbers. And walking forward into the centre circle, it is going to be Brian Gutierrez, Mexico's number 26, who will get the first touch of the ball. It's 1 o'clock in the afternoon here in Mexico City. It's Thursday, the 11th of June, 2026, and this is where the 23rd Men's World Cup Finals tournament begins. Brian Gutierrez passes the ball back into central defence, and the Azteca gives this World Cup a great ovation to get underway. The very first World Cup to be hosted by 3 different countries, and the Olés begin. And sitting to my left, even Chris Sutton has a sombrero on his head. Chris, you've bought into it.
Yeah, and I'm going to keep it. It's free. It landed on my head, and it's going to stay there, John. But I can't wait for this. Really can't. I mean, what's going to be fascinating with this game is the Mexican team. Are they going to feel burdened by this big crowd, or are they going to feel bold.
Yeah, well, they've got the ball on the right-hand side with their right-back Reyes, and they go into the centre circle where it's taken down by Johan Vasquez, who has a wonderful left-sided central defender. Now Quiñones is going to play it back towards the halfway line. So say Mexico playing from left to right. Their coach, the experienced Javier Aguirre, 67 years old, although he's a youngster compared to the South African coach, Hugo Broos, who at 74 years old today becomes the oldest coach in the history of the World Cup finals, but he won't hold it for long.
Yeah, that'll change pretty quickly. Will it change twice quickly?
It will change twice quickly, because the Czech coach and then Dick Advocat with Curaçao will swiftly supersede him. But he's got a bit of history for a few days. South Africa get the ball back for the first time, Jaden Adams, and you can hear the sound that has brought from the Aztec Stadium. Yesterday, Chris, when we were talking on 5 Live, you know, I wasn't entirely sure what the atmosphere would be like, because so many people here in this city have been disappointed. They couldn't afford to come here, but those who have, honestly, there are thousands and thousands of replica Mexico shirts in the stands, and they are making this atmosphere special.
Yeah, you talk about replica shirts in the coffee shop this morning where we got a coffee first thing. There were Mexican replica shirts being worn by the staff, and yeah, I think World Cup fever has taken over.
Yeah, all of those many and varied issues that have dominated the build-up, well, they've not gone away. They're still very much here at this World Cup, but it is the football now which is, as we say, taking centre stage. That was a poor clearance from Ronwen Williams, the South African captain, the goalkeeper, kicked it straight out of play, so a throw-in to South Africa. Oh, that's a nasty challenge there by the South African number 6, I think it was, Madiba, who really caught the Mexican player as he burst away in field.
Alvarado,
and that challenge from Madiba, that was full on, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. Quick throw-in on the inside. Alvarado getting inside Madiba, and I'm surprised Madiba in yellow didn't see a yellow there.
Free kick to Mexico, so South Africa hold the edge of their penalty area. This is going to be curled in from probably 40 yards out towards the right-hand side. The signal is given, and I think it's going to be a right-footed delivery, but there is a possibility of a left from Alvarado, who's okay after that challenge. Actually, the shot is taken on by Gutierrez from 40 yards. Two-man wall, clatters it into the wall, and the ball ricochets off the pitch for a throw-in to Mexico near the halfway line.
Yeah, and Gutierrez is in the Mexican team to bring that bit of guile, but that was really optimistic, wasn't it? It was a long way out there when he went for goal, but it was a tame effort.
Javier Aguirre, the coach, has really lifted the fortunes of the Mexico team. They won the Gold Cup in the United States last year. Mexico attacking down the right, ball to the edge of the penalty area, left foot shot, which is really well saved. It was Fidalgo arriving onto it. He hit it really well, but Ronwen Williams went down and made the save to his right. In fact,
it was Jimenez
who hit it left footed.
Yeah, clever little cushion header, and then just carried his run on to the edge of the box, and yeah, good ball in from Reyes.
Here's the corner, first of the World Cup. Goalkeeper Williams comes, gets a punch on it, not convincing. It's chipped back in across goal. Defender got ahead to it. It's not away yet, only half cleared. Comes down, and Madiba should clear, but in fact, Mexico still pressing. Defender Vasquez, but then it breaks away. South Africa are away on the counter-attack. It's up towards Ikram Reynas. Taylor making a run through the middle, and then the ball is played forward, but it actually was easily picked up by goalkeeper Rangel. But in actual fact, if Reynas had been able to run onto that pass from Foster, I think he would have been offside anyway.
Yeah, it made his run a little bit too soon. Well, Foster should have been aware enough to hang on to the ball. I suppose it shows you South Africa's threat and game plan. Thought they may play counter-attack football, but pretty lively start from both.
Good effort from Jimenez, just inside the penalty area with his left foot. Hit it good, low, on target. Made the goalkeeper make the save, and I thought it was a very decent save actually with his right hand down low by Williams.
Yeah, it was a good save, getting down to his right hand side. Good goalkeeper Williams is.
So the World Cup is underway here in the amazing Mexican capital, Mexico City. This sprawling city that just goes on as far as the eye can see. The city is built down in a valley, and we've got volcanoes all around. And on a clear day, and we have had the odd clear day, you can see the volcanoes all around, including the famous Popocatépetl. Mexico bringing the ball out from the back. Gallardo.
Yeah, we spoke about the population of Mexico City on the way in, didn't we? We don't know whether it's the fourth most populous or there's sixth
or the ninth. But it's certainly one of the biggest cities in the world, in the top 20 in terms of population. And it feels it. What a chaotic place this is, but what a great place. The colour, honestly, the spirit and the heart of this World Cup is right here. We don't know what we're going to find in the United States yet, but it's been special in Mexico. As Mexico attack down the left-hand side, and in comes the challenge from Mudeo, and the referee is saying the final touch is off the Mexican player. And it is a goal kick to South Africa, and you can hear how well that's gone down after the run of Gallardo, the left-back.
Yeah, Gallardo played in every game for Mexico in the last World Cup. Disappointing World Cup, went out in the group stages, and I think here on home territory, expectations are pretty high for this Mexican team.
As Mudeo tries to clear it away, but it's charged down, and it's out of play for a throw-in, a goal kick, another goal kick to South Africa. Mexico 0, South Africa 0. Yes, famously, Mexico went out in the round of 16 for 7 consecutive World Cups until they went out at the group stage in 2022. So actually the last time they won a knockout match at the World Cup was here on home territory in 1986 when they reached the quarterfinals. So the best Mexico have done in the World Cup, quarterfinals twice, both on home turf in 1970 and 1986. South Africa looking to clear it away, famously the hosts, South Africa, back in 2010. It's the first time they've been at the World Cup finals. Since then, they've never got out of the group at the tournament, but of course for many years didn't play in the World Cup during the apartheid years. Mexico 0, South Africa 0. Mexico have had the first big chance of the match. We've played 8 minutes as the ball just bounces back into the penalty area down to our right, where Williams plays it out. South Africa lose possession. Chance for Quinones! Right foot, back of the net. Julian Quinones sends the Azteca Stadium into raptures. The host nation score in the first 10 minutes. He's absolutely mobbed by his teammates. He runs to Aguirre. Everyone's cuddling each other. Punched fists in the air. You'd think they'd won the World Cup. It's 1-0 in the opening match against South Africa.
Well, they've been the dominant team, haven't they? Quinones has had a brilliant season, prolific in the Saudi League, 37 in 35 games. South Africa trying to play out from the back. It's a brilliant press from Mexico. And Quinones, little shift of the ball on the edge of the box, right-footed. One touch, two touches, and bang! Right-footed effort. It actually goes between the goalkeeper's legs. Williams, he may be slightly disappointed, but what a start for marauding Mexico.
South Africa really caught out there, playing it out from the back. How many times do we say that these days? It was not good enough. Central defender caught in possession, and Mexico benefited. And what a start for the home nation. They're going to announce it again. And another cheer. Mexico have scored the first goal of the 2026 World Cup.
Yeah, it's really good pressure, actually. It's a short ball from Williams into Sitoli, that sitting midfielder for South Africa, and the pressure from Eric Lira, the Mexican midfielder. He was all over him. Quinones with the ruthless finish.
Yeah, free kick to Mexico on the halfway line after not a great challenge. And I think the Mexican players are saying to referee Sampaio, what about a yellow card for that one? But he's waving everyone away. And it's the goal scorer, Quiñones, who was on the receiving end of it. And he's just...
Mentioned his goals record in the Saudi League is pretty phenomenal, hasn't it? But what a fast start from Mexico, really brave with the press, and South Africa, when Williams did clip the ball up the pitch, they don't have that physicality with Reyners and Lyle Foster as centre forwards, don't have that height, so they tried to play out from the back at their cost.
Do you know what we're hearing now, Chris? Cielito lindo. We had Mexican journalist Rodrigo on with us before the match, and he said if things go well for Mexico, you will hear Cielito lindo. And we've heard it already, and there are only 11 minutes on the clock. In English, that means a little heaven. And I don't know whether I'll go far yet, Chris, to talk about Mexico, because it was a poor goal for South Africa to concede, but it was magical enough for all of these 80,000 odd Mexicans in this stadium.
It's the start which they demanded and the start which their team have got.
So it's a second corner now. Mexico continue to press, look for a second goal, which even at this stage of this opening match at the World Cup might be too much for South Africa to come back from. Ball curled in, and Jimenez is underneath it, Raul Jimenez, but he could only head it up right into the air. I think he might have got a nudge in the back as well, but it dropped into the gloves of Ronwen Williams, the South African captain, the goalkeeper, who I'm sure will feel that he could have kept out the shot from Quiñones. He hit it from near the edge of the penalty area. He hit it well enough, but he hit it strong, low, hard, and it was underneath the goalkeeper in a flash.
In fairness, Quiñones in off the left-hand side. He's 18 yards out and he's gone for power. Williams was off his line, and yeah, unfortunately for him, it went through his legs. The power just did the South African goalkeeper, but South Africa just haven't got started in this game.
No, it's been a great start from the co-hosts, as we have to call them. Mexico 1, South Africa 0. BBC Radio 5 Live and the World Service. Wherever you go, listen to us on BBC Sounds. And as well, you know, this is a World Cup where you may well want to take the radio to bed with you, because it's going to be an endurance test. I think there might be a little bit of World Cup fatigue creeps in over the course of the group stages, certainly, in this 48-team World Cup. 12 groups of 4. 8 of the third place teams go through. So certainly, if South Africa were to go on to lose this match, by no means is all lost in a group with the Czech Republic and South Korea, but it'll be very tough for them as the ball is out of play for a throw into Mexico halfway inside their own half. But this is what all of these thousands of people came here to see today, queuing outside the ground from 7 o'clock, probably before 7 o'clock this morning. We were here just before 7:30, and the colour was incredible. We saw another foul centre field from South Africa, and I think referee Sampaio is very soon going to he's going to have to pull out the yellow card, as this time it's Mokoena who committed the foul in centre field, and it is a free kick, and that's all to Mexico.
In South Africa have found it tough, and they're resorting to trying to rough up Mexico. Mexico being by far the better team. Just seeing the goal again from Quiñones on the inside. Powerful right foot. What a start for the Mexicans.
Yeah. Excellent goal-scoring record, as Chris says, this season in Saudi with his club Al Qadsiya. But that only his third international goal for Mexico. By far the most famous. I'm not sure he'll score a more famous goal for Mexico, as this time a foul committed by Brian Gutierrez, and it's a free kick to South Africa in their own left-back position. But yes, the colour outside the ground, Chris, earlier. Yeah, the senoritas who turned up in the traditional Mexican dresses, and I don't know what you'd call them. It looked like look like figures out of the High Chaparral that I remember from my youth.
Yeah.
But that mixed with the modern and the old, as Lyle Taylor for South Africa, who've been really up against it in these opening 15 minutes of this match. Ball is played over towards the right-hand side by Mokoena. Mudeo is over there, back to Mokoena. It's almost the first time that we've seen South Africa with a spell of possession inside the Mexican half. Attempted pass forward is blocked away, and Bakazi hit that, blocked away out towards the left-hand side, and Bakazi again, left-footed ball into the edge of the area, headed down by Cesar Montes, the captain, to start the tournament in place of Edson Alvarez. And there's another challenge by Mokoena, and sure enough, next foul brings the first yellow card. It's Mokoena, it's his second foul, and he's booked.
Well, in fairness, I mean, the South African team, this is no exaggeration. I mean, they could have had 4 yellow cards. The referee eventually succumbing, trying to really insert a bit of physicality on this Mexican team, but it's been a really frustrating start for South Africa.
The yellow card just been announced by one of the men with the deepest voices in the world, who is on the public address system here in the Aztec Stadium. Just slightly overcast at the moment. The temperature is apparently around about 24 degrees, and we'll just keep an eye on the skies, because it can very quickly become stormy in Mexico City. We've had some spectacular lightning storms and torrential rain during the course of this week, a little bit like I was listening to Ian Dennis and Stephen Warnock last night when the England match in Orlando was delayed. Ball passed forward by Mokoena, but he's got far too much on that. It just runs through to goalkeeper Rangel like a back pass. Yeah, so a number of big calls from Javier Aguirre today, who's a bit of a character. I was watching him give his final news conference yesterday afternoon. He was full of laughs and jokes, and it will be his last gig, because his assistant, Rafael Marquez, remember him, what a brilliant central defender he was, the Mexican. He will take over from Aguirre after this World Cup.
Yeah, and sizable shoes to fill with it. Aguirre, what, third time as manager of Mexico, and it's just settled things down, hasn't he? For the third time round, and made them a little bit more pragmatic and difficult to beat. They've come into the World Cup actually in a bit of decent form, unbeaten in 8.
That's right. Although in saying that, during the course of that unbeaten run, they had a couple of 0-0 draws against Uruguay and here against Portugal earlier in the year, and they were booed off by the home supporters. They're not booing today. As the ball's headed forward, Mexico leading by 1-0. 5 live from the BBC, live from Mexico City. Ball chipped out towards the right-hand side, and it's just rolled forward by Alvarado. He gets it back on the right. Little pass in field, comes all the way back to Reyes, the right back. He drags his foot over the ball. Second time as well. Then forward to goal scorer Quiñones, who's going to have another goal from 25 yards, but that flies away, bends away from the top right corner, and I think hit the advertising hoardings behind the goal. 1-0 Mexico.
Yeah, on the drift from that left-hand side, coming over to the right-hand side of the box. Really sharp turn. It's all of 30 yards out, and he's already got a goal, so he's thinking, well, why not have another pop? But that one was high and wide.
And now, have we seen South Africa delay the taking of the goal kick here? Oh, I think Raul Jimenez was complaining about it. Yeah, he was inside the penalty area. I thought we were going to see, because that is one of the laws, isn't it? You have to be sharp on your goal kicks now, as there's a foul on Foster on the halfway line.
And bearing in mind they're losing South Africa, that would be a strange thing to do, time waste, wouldn't it?
It would. The South Africans have the ball on the halfway line. Mexico 1, South Africa 0. And you do have a little bit of a wait actually for the next World Cup match. Only 2 on the first day. It's the other match in this group, and it is one of those matches where you may want to take the radio to bed, because it is kicking off at 3 a.m. UK time. South Korea against Czech Republic. South Africa break, but the pass forward is misplaced. There were 3 options there, but it was a poor ball to the edge of the penalty area, and then there's another foul, this time by Mudeo,
the right wing back, who has taken out Cesar Montes, and that wasn't a great challenge either. Free kick to Mexico.
It's unbelievable. I mean, it's just a reckless challenge off his feet. Montes driving forward. They've actually built well on a couple of occasions from the back, South Africa. When they get into the Mexican half, they've just tried to force that final ball, and it's gone away. They need to have a little bit more composure.
He lunged in on the challenge there, Mudeo, but I think he was helped by the fact that he didn't make much contact on Cesar Montes. Mexico play it forward. Here's Brian Gutierrez out to the right-hand side to Alvarado. The number 25, Alvarado, back onto his left foot, curls it into the edge of the penalty area. It's headed down and away, though, to comparative safety for South Africa, and then passed forward. But that's asking a lot of Lyle Taylor. And in the end, the ball deflects out of play it is given as a South Africa throw 10 yards inside their own half. Mexico 1, South Africa 0, almost halfway through the first half of the opening match of the World Cup. What have you made of it so far, Chris Sutton?
Well, it's a tremendous start for Mexico, and I suppose that from the South African point of view, they must have known it was coming, a whirlwind. They must have known Mexico would start quickly, and I'm sure the manager Hugo Gross would have said, let's just stay in the game, as another forced pass from the back.
Goalkeeper Rangel has come and he's flapped it away, and now the cross into the penalty area hits the defender on the edge of the penalty area. Gallardo, he leapt up in the air, his arms were close to the side of his body, but I think it hit him in the midriff, in the chest, and he was able to clear it away, but he was very nearly standing inside his own penalty area there as another foul is committed. This time it's against the South Africans, and it's a free kick to South Africa.
Yellow card.
Yellow card immediately. And Brian Gutierrez says to the referee, palms apart, shrugging shoulders, saying, it's my first challenge.
They feel a little bit hard done by. I've got to say, talk about that position, the Mexican goalkeeping position. What was Rangel doing there? Flapping. It was ridiculous.
That was terrible.
Goalkeeping.
It was terrible. It was a long pass hit forward.
I mean, he could have let it run behind him out for a goal kick. He could have done anything. He flapped wildly, and now South Africa a chance to load a ball into the Mexican box from that right-hand side.
You know that match I mentioned, the 0-0 against Uruguay? Rangel played in that, and he was on the receiving end of some fairly fierce criticism after that match. So maybe just betrays the nerves for him. But Aguirre has shown faith in him, the coach, to play in this match. But it's a free kick to South Africa on the right. This is their first chance, really, to test Rangel in terms of making him make a save. 23 minutes on the clock. Mexico winning 1-0. 5 live from the BBC. So the free kick, right-footed, taken in towards the penalty spot, but that's a firm and good header away. They're a decent central defensive pair, Vasquez and Montes. Comes back into the edge of the box. Up they go. It's headed down and will be taken away by Quiñones for the Mexicans. Although he just dwelt on the ball, but he's actually played it out off Mudeo, and it's through for a goal kick. And it's a goal kick to Mexico.
Drinks break, I think now, and you're right about the Mexican centre-back pairing, but Montes especially really dominant in the air and winning that header. And if you're South Africa, the thing to do from free kicks and corners is keep the ball out of Montes's area.
So they're actually going to play music during the breaks as well. So this is a proper timeout, isn't it?
I think if you're South Africa, I think you think this is fortunate for them. They've got this break so they can regroup. They have looked ragged in this first half of the first half. Mexico is the start they wanted, and the message will be just carry on the same.
Well, without wishing to be disrespectful, which I certainly would not want to do, this starting lineup contains 6 players from Mamelodi Sundowns, who are the runners-up in the South African Premier Soccer League this season. 1 from the champions, Orlando Pirates. 1 who plays in the United States with Chicago Fire. 1 who's just been relegated in Portugal with Tondela, and Lyle Foster of Burnley.
Yeah. No, and I think he's only scored 3 goals this season, so he's hardly coming
However,
into the, well, he's hardly on a high, John, is he?
But we do know in international football it can be the case that sometimes international teams can be greater as a team than the individual parts.
No, absolutely, and I think that's the hope for South Africa and Hugo Broos coming in to this tournament. There's no doubt that the manager has improved the team over the last few seasons, but yeah, because of the domestic element to their team, in many ways they're unknown coming into this competition. You say Mexico would have the better pedigree of players, but South Africa have shown through qualification, finishing above the likes of Nigeria in their group, that they can play. But I think this first half they've been a little bit shell-shocked and overwhelmed maybe by the whole occasion. Maybe that'll settle them down after this drinks.
Yep, the hydration break, as they call it, is over. That's the voice of Chris Sutton. This is 5 Live from the BBC. We're on the World Service as well in Sub-Saharan Africa, and we're here at the Azteca Stadium. You and I here, Chris, for the first time today. First time I've walked into it. I have to say, it really felt a little bit like when I walked into Wembley for the first. For South Africa, that is headed down and away by Israel Reyes, the Mexican right back. South Africa take up possession again. South Africa in the all-yellow kit, and looking around this stadium, over 80,000 people in here, there are really only tiny pockets dotted around the stadium of yellow shirts of South African supporters. I mean, they'll be in the hundreds, if that. Mexico win the ball back. It's passed forward to the goal scorer Quinones down in the right full-back position. Then he plays it back to Gallardo. Raul Jimenez waits on the edge of the penalty area. Before Quinones gave Mexico the lead, Jimenez had already had one effort that was saved very well, actually, by Ronwen Williams, as Mexico go all the way down the other end, back to that penalty area I was talking about. And Rangel passes it forward and up the left wing. Now in centre field with Eric Lira, the number 6, the central holding midfielder. Just over 15 minutes of the first half to play. It's played through to Gutierrez. On his right foot he shoots, but that's blocked by defender in the penalty area. I think it might have been Sibisi who was able to get a leg in the way of that, and it's cleared downfield again. They do carry a threat from the flanks and from Gutierrez as well.
Yeah, I mean, the issue that South Africa have got is those wide areas they're giving up. And that back five is really hard for the 3 South African midfielders to get out wide. See there, Mexico 2v1 in the wide areas, early cross.
Berlin from Reyes, looking for Raul Jimenez in the middle, but goalkeeper Williams was able to come out and deal with it. He caught it, got both hands to it. South Africa in danger, trying to play out from the back again. Mexico are all over them, and that is one of the hallmarks of Aguirre's Mexican team, and it's already worked for them, brought them 1 goal, and South Africa get away with it this time and play it back to goalkeeper Williams, who will get it again on the edge of his penalty area. It's a great little interview we heard with Ronwen Williams, with Manny Jasmy, before the start of the match, talking about the inspiration from the death of his brother Marvin in a car accident in South Africa, and the constant inspiration that he is in his sporting and professional career. Long and left-footed ball forward for Mexico towards Raul Jimenez. He can't reach that. and it's played back to goalkeeper Williams again. Rather disappointingly, we haven't had a wave since the start of the match, but there's been too much going on, Chris.
It certainly has. And here's Williams. He plays out.
Williams just passing the ball out from the back. I thought he was going to give that one away there for a moment. It's helped down the left flank, but Mexico able to deal with that, and it's played back by Alvarado all the way to his goalkeeper. Again, Rangel looking a little hesitant there as he passed the ball out to Cesar Montes, who goes long with his pass, and that's going nowhere. And South Africa back in possession. They have come more into it, South Africa. Mind you, they simply weren't in it in the first 15 minutes.
They haven't threatened the Mexican goal at all, have they? Rangel, other than that wild, flat, unnecessary flat. They've looked pretty solid at the back, and South Africa just trying to impose themselves and get a foothold in this game, popping the ball around.
And so it's South Africa in possession inside their own half. So this is the first of the 104 matches that will lead to the final. So if you're going to win it, you've got to come through 8 matches, one more than previously. Long pass forward, but it looks as though Madiba might be offside. No flag yet, then it does eventually come from the Brazilian assistant on the far side, and it's a free kick to Mexico. So that is just it, isn't it? The size of this World Cup with 48 teams as opposed to 32 in the last 7 tournaments. It means that there are 72 group matches. In the World Cup previously, the last 7 World Cups, there have been a total of only 64 matches. We've got many more matches in the group phase this time than we had in the whole of the World Cup for the last 7 tournaments. They're just trying to start a wave down in front of us, but oh yeah, here it goes. Yeah, it's catching hold around the top tier of the Azteca. This where the not terribly loved Mexican waves really started their lives back in '86. Some would say the blight of sporting events all over the world. Mexico 1, South Africa 0. But being here, it's very difficult to criticise the enthusiasm of the Mexican people, and they'll be watching this. Oh, that's a poor touch on the far side.
Once again, Rangel, that wasn't a great ball out.
And South Africa have a throw-in after miscontrolled out of play. South Africa go back towards the halfway line, and the pace of the match has dropped as it is played forward now for South Africa. Right for the ball, Lyle Taylor on the edge, Lyle Foster on the edge of the box, takes the touch on it, but then the pass out towards the far side goes astray, and it's out of play for a throw-in to Mexico. That was half a chance for Lyle Foster on the edge of the area.
It was, but that's a couple of times his touch has let him down, and it a bit clunky there, but it's a really good incisive pass out, actually from the back. Bokassi into midfield, and the ball into Taylor on the edge of the Foster on the edge of the Mexican box, but popped it out wide to no one.
Mexico 1-0 up. Just over 10 minutes to go to half-time. Mexico bring it forward with Gutierrez. Passes it to his right, to Alvarado. Now Reyes storms forward from right back, but in comes the challenge on him from Mbakazi. And it's a throw into Mexico here, just about level with the edge of the South African penalty area. That sun has now disappeared. Beautiful afternoon, though. This is nothing like the sweltering conditions we're expecting in the United States. Back to Gutierrez. Quick on the ball. Passes it to his left, to Fidalgo. Now Quiñones is looking for the fullback, who plays it across. Gallardo, but too close to goalkeeper Williams, who was able to drop on it. Got a hand to it, was able to stun it, stop it, and then jumped on it.
Yeah, really good goalkeeping from Williams. Alert as ever. Timely pluck down to his left-hand side. I tell you, Alvarado looks a tidy player, doesn't he, on the right-hand side for Mexico. A lefty. Getting the balls in tight areas and showing he can handle it.
Yep, he is the number 25. Plays in Mexico for Guadalajara. He is another one. They love a nickname in Mexico, don't they?
What was he, the Louse?
He is, he's the Louse. El Piojo, they call him. And
why?
Now then, I do know the reason for that. but I'm getting them mixed up because one of them's called the ant and one's called the louse, and I can't remember which is which. Here's Lira in possession in the centre circle. Passes it to his left as Gallardo brings it forward. Alvarado playing on the right-hand side. Brian Gutierrez behind Raul Jimenez, and then the goal scorer Quiñones on the left-hand side. They are a useful front four. As Mexico have it again with Lira on the halfway line. Lira just moves back into his own half and touches it back again for Mexico. Just a retained possession now, 1-0 up with that early goal, scoring in the 9th minute. Not the fastest goal that has ever been scored in an opening match at a World Cup. A couple of them were scored in the 4th minute. So Quiñones doesn't get that particular record, but Mexico are the team that's been involved in 7 previous opening matches at World Cups, and they've never won one. So there is a little bit of history there for Mexico if they can take it here today. And having set themselves up with that opening match, what an opening goal, what an opportunity they have. The ball is with Modeo, and then it comes back towards the halfway line. It's clipped across here to the left-hand side, where it will be moved forward by Mbakazi and then into the penalty area, but Foster with the header couldn't direct it on target, and it's wide by 3 or 4 yards.
Mbakazi just stepping in, 35 yards out there with the corner of the box, and Foster just peeling off his centre back, but very difficult to score with a header from 16 yards out, back pedalling.
First attempt on goal from South Africa?
Yeah, if we can call it an attempt.
Sun comes out again as South Africa have the ball in the centre circle, and Sitole out to the right-hand side. Modeo goes for a long high pass to the edge of the Mexican penalty area, but it's headed down, and goalkeeper Rangel can just pick it up at the last moment and then bowl it out underarm to Israel Reyes, and then it finds its way forward towards Alvarado again. Alvarado, you can tell that, you know, the crowd has spotted this as well. When Alvarado gets possession, you can hear the reaction from the crowd as Mexico, they'll go back into their own half, and it's out there with Gallardo, the left back into central defence. Johan Vasquez forward towards Lira. Lira looks up, beckons a teammate to come closer to him, which Fidalgo does, and Fidalgo then to Gallardo again. And Mexico with half-time approaching, and South Africa, having seen more of the ball over the course of the last 10 minutes, are quite happy here just to have a spell of possession themselves. This Lira is bowled into. The ball had gone there. That was another late one. It's a free kick, and the referee is just going to have a word with Sitole, that's all.
It was Lira who pickpocketed Sitole, I think, for the Mexican goal, wasn't it? Lira's been really good, actually, in front of that Mexican back four. He's a robust type of player, but he's linked things together pretty well in that Mexican midfield.
Yeah, Eric Lira, who is the captain of the Cruz Azul club and also has a nickname, Jefecito. You remember what that one was? Jefecito?
Go on.
Little Chief. They called him. Well, he's been the little chief today, hasn't he? As the sun comes out brightly now, the Mexican sun. This is what we came for, Chris, to see the sun in Mexico. As the home side, the host, the co-hosts have it. Ball played into the centre circle. That's a misplaced pass. South Africa, if they'd been sharp, they might have made something of that. However, it's bounced back for Mexico. And now Brian Gutierrez to Alvarado. The pass was a little short, and that meant that Mbakazi could come in with a challenge and put it out of play. Just next to where Hugo Broos is standing. He will also retire from coaching after this World Cup. Hugo Broos, the former Belgian international defender, after almost 40 years in coaching. White-haired down there, away down there on the edge of his coaching area, with his hands clasped behind his back, dressed all in light grey. Mexico in the centre circle. Here is Fidalgo again, and Lira together. Fidalgo gets it back. He plays in Spain, Fidalgo, with Real Betis.
Again, neat and tidy, isn't he, on the ball? It's a really good passing move, this from Mexico.
And Brian Gutierrez attempts the pass, tried to slip it through to Raul Jimenez on the edge of the penalty area. South Africa just about cut it out and cleared it away towards the halfway line. Again, Quinones, 30 yards from goal, passes it to his right, where Alvarado had a thought about having a shot there, but was quickly closed down. Mexico continue to retain possession inside South Africa territory. 1-0 Mexico lead, that early goal. Headed away for South Africa. Comes out to Gallardo, who kills it. Oh, Jimenez with a chance, but saved by Ronwen Williams. He didn't get the contact. Raul Jimenez, who was flying through the air, leg stretched out, got a touch on it, sent it goalwards, but Williams was able to dive to his left and push it away.
I just wonder whether Jimenez actually had just drifted offside, but gets in behind the back line. He's just trying to deflect the ball with his right boot from 6 yards past Williams. Williams made the save anyway. I'm not so sure that would have counted.
Still just 1-0. But Mexico come again. Quinones tries the shot, but the challenge came in, so it was blocked. Alvarado. Quinones hits the post right-footed. So close to 2-0. He tried to curl it, caress it into the bottom corner, and he was inches away from making it 2-0. Instead, it hit the face of the post, bounced out. South Africa got it away, and they've won a free kick now halfway inside their own half.
Yeah, he's really unlucky. I think it's Alvarado who plays a delicious ball for him, little reverse ball, and then there's a set-up of Gutierrez, I think, who just feeds the ball. Quinones there, he passes the ball right-footed, and it cannons off the post. South Africa get a little bit fortunate there.
Excellent interplay between Alvarado, Gutierrez in the penalty area, strong from him, lovely touch to lay it on for Quinones, who, as I say, could easily have found the bottom corner with that.
He's got such great awareness, Alvarado. Doesn't want the ball for himself. Pass the ball at the right time. That was the key.
Mexico 1, South Africa 0. We're bringing you all of the stunning atmosphere of the world-famous, the iconic Aztec Stadium, as Mexico, the long pass forward towards the edge of the box, but South Africa have got it back. We will have coverage, of course, on 5 Live of all 104 matches. Ball played through to Reynas, just outside the Mexican penalty area. Then the cross from Modeo, that is blocked. It comes off Gallardo and will spin away behind for a South African corner there first. So a chance from a set piece. It would be quite the stunner, wouldn't it, Chris, if South Africa were to come up with an equaliser, because, I mean, this has been Mexico's match so far.
They've offered very, very little in an attacking sense. Maybe it'll be a set piece.
Maybe so.
Change things, but the yellows of South Africa, but from open play, wrong choice in the final third. Haven't been clinical enough for that final ball.
Aubrey Modiba goes across to take the corner. He takes it short. Modiba gets it back. Left-footed ball curled in. That's headed away nearer the halfway line. Shot comes in from distance. My goodness. That was well hit from probably 40 yards from Mbukazi. But Rangel was quick steps to his right, patted it down, and has the ball at his feet now.
That was lashed with his left foot, wasn't it, Mbukazi? Yeah. Decent enough strike, but Rangel watched it all the way gratefully.
First attempt on target by South Africa. Mexico leading by 1-0. And the ball with goalkeeper Rangel. Passes it out to the edge of the penalty area. So yeah, quite a number of calls for Aguirre, their coach, in his dark suit, down on the edge of the coaching area. So Edson Alvarez, the West Ham man who's been on loan at Fenerbahce, only a substitute. Ball played forward for Quinones, but goalkeeper Williams was always the favourite to get to that, which he did, and he just whacked it right-footed away downfield. And Mexico have got it back on the edge of their penalty area. So Alvarez on the bench, who you normally expect to be captain. Guillermo Ochoa, the veteran goalkeeper, who is in a World Cup squad for the 6th time, which equals the record, which is jointly held now with Lionel Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo at this World Cup, all 6 World Cup squads. So Ochoa on the bench, Santiago Jimenez as well, the AC Milan player, might have been in the starting lineup. And also, I think all of Mexico was interested to see if the 17-year-old, the youngest man/boy at this World Cup, Gilberto Mora, would have been in the starting lineup. Many fancied that he would, but he's actually on the substitutes bench, the 17-year-old Mora, as Mexico come forward. Jimenez heads it to Alvarado, but it's hooked out of play for a throw-in to Mexico, just level with the edge of the penalty area. He's quite the young star. I don't know whether you've noticed, Chris, Mora is on many of the billboards all over the centre of Mexico City. Raúl Jiménez, after the throw is taken, comes back for a shot from the left back Gallardo, which was deflected, which took the pace.
The left-hand side, and then he fed the ball behind the South African midfield to the on-rushing Gutierrez, who just seemed to panic, had more time than he thought, and ended up, I mean, that was a toe poke wide of the left-hand post. Needed more conviction, more courage there with his effort. That was a real opportunity for Mexico to double the lead.
A great chance, and talking about whether South Africa could have forced an equaliser. If Mexico had scored a second goal, then that would have been almost, on the basis of what we've seen so far, almost impossible from South Africa to come back from. It remains Mexico 1, South Africa 0, and I think that is it. The referee is calling an end to it. And there we are, the first half of football at World Cup 2026 is over. We had the great moment, really, when Mexico scored the first match of the tournament in the 9th minute. Julian Quiñones, and the atmosphere and the reaction inside this stadium was something to behold. So 1-0 at half-time, Chris Sutton.
Yeah, Mexico came out of the traps as we all expected with the atmosphere pre-kick-off. They started fast. South Africa really were sluggish, and maybe a bit of fear in their approach. Weren't really good enough or brave enough to play out from the back, and they were caught, weren't they? And Quiñones, who's been absolutely outstanding in the first half for Mexico with the goal. They could have, maybe should have been further in front, but at half-time I think they'll be pretty happy.
Yeah, Mexico providing the individual performances so far of this World Cup, and the only goal. Julian Quiñones in the 9th minute. Half-time here in the Azteca. Mexico 1, South Africa 0.
The World Cup, live from Mexico City on the BBC World Service.
So Mexico 1-0 up against South Africa thanks to that goal from Julian Quinones. We will be back with our commentary team of John Murray and Chris Sutton for second half commentary. Our football reporter George Addo is with me on World Cup Sports World. George, what did you make of that 45 minutes?
Oh, well, it was really a Mexican show, to be fair. I mean, Mexico controlled the game from the blast of the whistle to the end of the 45 minutes plus added on time. South Africa were really struggling, and you could see the difference between the two sides. I think just perhaps in the last few minutes, then they had a shot and then they had a corner. But aside that, it was Mexico, trying their best. And easy to say as well that the Mexican team is not showing that much quality, so it can tell you how much South Africa are down there, and they need to really come up to this one. They have only been lucky that the scoreline has remained 1-0 because South Africa had two glorious opportunities that could easily have sent them to 3-0. I mean, Mexico had two good opportunities that could have sent them to 3-0 even in the first half. So it's advantage Mexico. Clearly, South Africa need to come to the party at some point. But I think we got our moment. We got that goal moment, and it was really good to see how it was celebrated across the stadium.
Yeah, there's nothing like a goal for the host nation in the first match of a World Cup, is there?
Yes, that's what we're looking for. You need a certain spark. You need something for the host nation to be happy, and that goal was really, really good. Taking at the right time, just under 10 minutes in that opening game of the World Cup, and then it's a beautiful goal, and everybody in Mexico, and I'm sure all Mexicans across the world celebrating that moment and giving us one of those. Hopefully, there are more goals before this game actually ends, but at the moment, Mexico definitely have their tails up, and it's up to South Africa to try and catch them.
I wonder what the mood is like in Los Angeles. Our reporter Isaac Fannin is there. Isaac, have people been watching this opener in the bars, and what's it been like what was it like when Mexico scored?
Oh yeah, this place exploded, Nishat. Yeah, it's a sea of green in front of me. About 1,000 fans here in this watch party, and yeah, they absolutely went mad when Julian Quinones scored in the 9th minute. It was a brilliant goal and a brilliant moment for Mexico. So much excitement for this team, and I think that will settle the nerves. Although they've had a number of chances in that first half. Hugo Bruce will no doubt be looking to get a better performance from his troops once he gets them in at half-time. But yeah, Mexican fans here pretty pleased as they enjoy all the wonderful food that is available at this fan park. I've seen so many tacos. I'm absolutely starving, and I'm seeing people walking around with tacos and burritos, and I think I'm going to join them in a few moments' time.
You deserve it. You deserve it, Isaac. Go ahead.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Half-time, you can just imagine their veteran coach, Hugo Bros, what he said at half-time, probably what he said to them about the goal that they conceded.
Yeah.
And they sent them out of the dressing room early, back on the pitch.
Yep, that all went out the window.
Yep. So Mexico 1-0 up. And the teams as they started the first half, so Mexico with Rangel in goal, the veteran Ochoa is on the bench. And the back four of Reyes, Cesar Montes, Johan Vasquez and Jesus Gallardo. Midfield of Lira and Fidalgo. Then Alvarado on the right, Brian Gutierrez in the middle, Quiñones on the left. He's the one who scored the goal, the opening goal of this World Cup. He'll always be remembered for that. And Raúl Jiménez, who played for Fulham this season but is going back to Wolves, as Quiñones tries a shot from near the halfway line. So thought he saw goalkeeper Williams off his line, but the South African goalkeeper and captain was able to quickly take 7 or 8 steps back and catch the ball.
He's a confident player, isn't he? Quiñones. I mean, Williams was off his line, but what is 50 odd yards out on the left-hand side there and went for goal. That would have been spectacular.
Yeah, Quiñones, who, as we said in the first half, plays in Saudi Arabia, was the record sale from Mexican club when he was sold by the America club to Al Qadsiya. Mind you, if you sell a player to Saudi Arabia, you should be getting your record fee, shouldn't you? But $16 million that was, and he ended up pipping Ivan Toney to the top scorer award in the Saudi Pro League this season on the final day of the season. Quiñones, Mexico searching for that second goal that would probably finish off this match, but while it's 1-0, let's hope for South Africa. The ball is played forward, almost deflected for the run of Brian Gutierrez to chase, who's always been fouled on the edge of the area, and I think it's a free kick,
isn't he? It's a
and
red.
That's got to be a
Must be a red.
Yes, it is. It's a red card. He was the last man.
The only thing is,
Gutierrez.
The only thing is, was he offside, Gutierrez? I think it was quite tight. I may be wrong, but he's really clever, isn't he, Gutierrez? Because he takes the ball across the defender, Sitoli, was it?
Sitoli, yeah.
And he draws the foul. Sitoli can't stop. It's really intelligent play. Yeah, he's onside, isn't he? The run is perfectly timed.
Yeah, it was the midfielder, Sitoli, who's chasing him back. It's a bit of a clumsy tangle of legs. As Gutierrez has
so
a
clever.
touch.
It's so clever. I mean, that's one of those. He gets his body in. Gutierrez takes a touch outside of his right boot across Sitoli. Sitoli, then, I mean, there is contact. Intelligent from Gutierrez. Sitoli's off. I mean,
I don't think that's going to get overturned, is it? Unlike the Anthony Gordon decision in the match in Orlando last night.
Gutierrez, it's his space. He takes the touch. It's his space to run into, and the fact he then just decelerates a little bit. Sitoli can't stop himself. The contact's there. And Mexico are in a brilliant place now. The numerical advantage is Sitoli.
By Quiñones, and now he's been sent off early in the second half, and Mexico have a free kick, very dangerous position. Raúl Jiménez standing to the left of the ball. It is Raúl Jiménez who hits it into the wall. It bounces, and then the shot from the angle from Gallardo with a packed 6-yard box in front of him he sliced it well wide from the narrow angle, and it's behind. It's a goal kick. It's still Mexico 1, South Africa 0, but now South Africa are down to 10 men.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult from here on in. See whether there will be a change of shape. You would have thought so. And Gross, is he going to make any substitutions for South Africa? But I've got to say they've been outclassed, and even in that moment, Gutierrez, such an intelligent player there, draws the foul, draws the red.
So the red card, the first red card of the tournament in the 49th minute of the opening match. And now, as Brian Gutierrez very nearly got away down the left-hand side, Mudeo was able to put in the challenge and put it behind for Mexico, corner. And they are, it feels like Mexico now, with their opponents down to 10 men, they've got their tails up. And now, as I'm sure they said in that Azteca dressing room at half-time, get an early goal in the second half. And that will see them on the way to an opening victory in the 8th match that they've played as the first match of a World Cup. So the corner taken by Alvarado, headed away on the edge of the 6-yard box as Reyes chases it, but across from the back comes Eric Lira for Mexico to pop it out of play for a throw-in on the halfway line, and the throw-in is taken back towards the edge of the penalty area. So yes, if you've just joined us, it is early afternoon here in Mexico City, but that you'll have to get used to the various time zones. I must say we're struggling to do that as the ball is flicked centrally but straight out of play off Modiba, and it's a throw into Mexico halfway inside their own half. This World Cup being played across 4 different time zones. We'll go into another different time zone when we all fly to the United States tomorrow. And the next match for you to listen to on 5 Live, the second match of the tournament, is in the early hours of tomorrow morning. 3 a.m. it kicks off. South Korea against the Czech Republic. The other match in this group, Lee Blakeman and Clinton Morrison. And that's one of our commentaries that will be coming from Salford. So Lee and Clinton are going to be up in the middle of the night commentating on that one for you. But here in Mexico, the home side leading 1-0 and searching for that second goal with a pass down the right-hand side that the surging Alvarado can't reach, and it's out of play for a throw-in to South Africa. Chris Sutton.
Yeah, it's not a change of shape. They still have the 5 defenders at the back with the 3 centre-backs and the 2 wing-backs, 2 central midfield players and the 2 central strikers. I mean, they're just going to get mauled in the wide areas. South Africa, so much space for Mexico.
You would think they would have to make a change, wouldn't you? As South Africa, just about their first attack of the second half. Reyes is on the right wing, plays it back to Mudeo, and then the ball into the centre field where Jaden Adams plays it to his left to Mokoena. And Mokoena, the number 4, they call him the heartbeat of this team. Well, somebody needs to produce something for South Africa. So far, Raul Rangel, who's had a dodgy moment or two, has not. To make sure that it didn't slip over his head and into the net.
He's looked a bit ropey, hasn't he, Frank? I mean, really poor handling. The shot had an okay amount of power, but he should be dealing with that. But yeah, he does look a little bit nervy. That may be a worry.
Yeah, I think here in Mexico, I wouldn't be at all surprised if that's one of the things they're going to be talking about on the Mexican version of 606. Chris.
Oh, but do you know what that's called, the Mexican version?
Zero Sesh, I think it would be, would it?
Here we go, here's a sub.
So right, he has made the change, and it is Talent Bat, another Orlando Pirates player who is coming onto the field. It's Lyle Foster who's off.
Yeah, didn't have a good afternoon, did he, Lyle Foster? But having to make way, another midfielder on, that makes sense. And Reyners will play up top on his own.
So it is South Africa with it all to do, down to 10 men in the opening match. Kemba Zwan is coming on, another Mamelodi Sundowns player, is the captain of Mamelodi Sundowns actually, and he sprints out onto the field to see if he can change things at all. So there we are, Zwan for Adams in midfield.
Yeah, and I think Zwan is He's a player who Ross said, well, he can't last the whole 90 minutes, but he has that ability, doesn't he, to see a pass and unlock a defence, and that's what he's been brought on there, just to try and create an opportunity. South Africa stay in the game, and they get an opportunity for a killer pass. He has to make it.
Yeah, Swan, the 36-year-old. Mexico advanced towards the halfway line, just leaning over the front of the bench here. A whole phalanx of photographers are way up here in the stands with their long lenses trained down there on the pitch. As Mexico still have the ball inside their own half. Central defenders play it forward to Fidalgo, who is put under pressure, so has to go back to the goalkeeper. But I suppose in these conditions, and remember again, this match being played at altitude, so that's another asset that Mexico have. Although in saying that, South Africa, of course, will play some of their matches at altitude as well, won't they, in Johannesburg, as the challenge comes in on centre field. That was a highish foot from Quinones. Suggesting that he might have been shoved over. Referees studiously ignored that.
He's still going, Rain, as you know. It'll be interesting. Look at everything, but I mean, the ball was nowhere near him really when there was contact, but he felt that maybe he should have got something.
Yeah, referee says get the. In fact, he's counting it down here. It's a goal kick to Mexico, and he's telling them to get on with it. And Mexico do take it. And goalkeeper has the ball at his feet. In Mexico, Chris, as Mexico played out from the back, they would call it the Juegos de Simulación, the simulation game. Yep, they would. Throwing on the halfway line, South Africa to take this.
You are a clever man, John.
Well, George, to my right here, just showed me that, I have to confess. And goalkeeper Williams over the halfway line.
Do you know what? This place, Mexico, don't get another one in the next 10-15 minutes. It's going to get nervy, isn't it? The Azteca.
Yeah.
You can just see South Africa, nothing to lose. Giving the ball away there.
Yeah, they have. So Brian Gutierrez thought about a shot, tried to play it through. I think actually the left back Gallardo would have been offside if he'd taken possession of the ball. As it is, it was overhit. So it's played away by Williams. We've got 25 minutes to play, and that second goal still hasn't come for Mexico. And okay, South Africa are playing with 10 men, but actually Aguirre, the coach, is going to change things up. He's going to make a double change, which is probably a wise move, just to try and get a little bit of momentum back here.
Yeah, Gutierrez is coming off, and
Fidalgo is coming off. So Brian Gutierrez and Fidalgo, and it is the wonder kid who is coming on, the 17-year-old Gilberto Mora, and what a reception he received there from the crowd. They wanted to see him play in this match. They wanted to see him start, and now he's on the field. The 17-year-old, what he's made of then.
Yeah, the talk about him as being that creator and a great player for the future. Can he make an impact now?
Well, at 17 years old, he becomes the 6th youngest player to appear at a World Cup, the 6th youngest man to appear at a World Cup. He's just slightly older than Pelé was by a few days when Pelé made his World Cup debut in 1958. Mexico on the attack after that double substitution. Luis Chavez is also on. Raul Jimenez with a header! Cross from the right. Jimenez was there! And finally, at the age of 35, Raul Jimenez has scored his first goal in a World Cup. 2-0.
Yeah, that was the second goal they needed. It's a really clinical header from Jimenez. It's a brilliant ball in, left-footed from the right-hand side. The pick out for Jimenez at the far post. He's Jimenez popping that one in, getting the second, the all-important second for Mexico. Brilliant cross. Jimenez free at the far post, and he heads the ball down past Williams, who has could be for Mexico now.
2-0. Raul Jimenez, they're still celebrating down there on the pitch. They're still celebrating in the stands. Again, the sombreros are being thrown all around the 3 tiers of the stadium. And Raul Jimenez, in his 4th World Cup now, at the age of 35, a long, long wait. It's his 7th appearance at a World Cup, the first match that he started, and finally scored, and that should do it.
Yeah, it should do it. It's such an important player for this Mexican team. Gives them that option. They can go long into him. He'll run in behind. And often people think he isn't, or he doesn't score enough goals, but he gives so much to the team, and that's such an important 22-25 minutes now.
And with that, it's time for the hydration break, which, rather strangely, I don't know where...
Yeah.
That is really odd. It's not raining, though.
Well, it may be on that particular part of the roof, John. Just
where's that coming? Look at it. These splashes of water are coming down. How very odd. It doesn't seem to be coming down anywhere else other than on me. Well, parties in the stands now, all around the stadium. The hydration break has taken place. Raul Jimenez has got his goal after Quiñones scored early on in the match, and South Africa playing with 10 men. They've got to be beaten now, Chris, haven't they?
Yeah, well, bit of Mexican magic, John. What is that? What was that again? Mexico, Mexica?
The Mexico. Well beaten, haven't they?
Yeah. It's been a really difficult afternoon. The unknowns coming into this competition, really. No, it's been a really disappointing afternoon. They've been outplayed, outthought.
Splashing on the desk in front of me. 20 minutes to play. 2-0 to Mexico. On the way to victory, on the way to a win for the first time in an opening match for Mexico. After 5 defeats and 2 draws, they just going to have to move position here, otherwise I'm going to get soaking wet. Right, just shuffling to my right. Here we go. For such a long time, and there seems to be a leak in the roof above us. So 2-0 it is to Mexico, and Mexico now, it's party time. we were told yesterday, Chris, I went to the British Embassy yesterday to interview the ambassador and the brilliant staff there. I must mention Gary, who's a Burnley fan. He wore his Burnley shirt for our visit to the embassy. His dad used to play for Burnley, and he was telling us that if Mexico win, Mexico City is going to be amazing tonight. Raul Jimenez carries the ball forward, but the offside flag is up against him, and it's a free kick to the South Africans. But it does feel like the party has already started. And actually, it must be raining heavily on this side of the stadium, because I can see people have put ponchos on in the stands. So that rain has started. Break forward with the ball. Raul Jimenez with a nice throw. He was blocked. Was he blocked? The referee says no, he wasn't. Well, the defender came across that a shoulder challenge, and even though Jimenez, oh dear me, I mean, that looked like he blocked Raul Jimenez there as he came across Mbakazi. I mean, Raul Jimenez has gone down quite dramatically.
I don't think it's a penalty. I think because he spots the danger. Clever little ball. I think it's from Chavez, isn't it? Into Jimenez, who makes a diagonal run. Good run it is, but because he just gets across and checks him with his right shoulder.
So, Quinones is fouled in the centre circle. That was quite blatant as well. Yeah, yellow card comes out for that. So that is another yellow card for the South Africans. And Sabisi just wanders away from that, just takes the yellow card that's been shown to him. And a free kick to Mexico in the centre circle. Javier Aguirre, the Mexico coach, is standing there with his arms apart to the referee, saying, you know, some of these challenges from South Africa.
Rough house.
But I mean, he's shown the yellow card, hasn't he?
Shoes on, but the problem has been is when they put the football boots on, there's been a lot of football played.
Yes, they did. They got off the coach, and really strikingly, the South African squad as a whole, danced their way into the stadium, and indeed danced their way out onto the pitch before the match. You know, it was a demonstration, a show of their team unity. But today they're being beaten by the better team. Mexico have been far superior and lead by 2-0. And the rain, and strangely, we've got blue sky above the stadium, but it does appear to be raining very heavily on this side of the stadium. Another change is about to be made. Mexico on the attack, ball towards the edge of the penalty area, worked forward by Gallardo. He's gone down, stayed down. Oof, my goodness, that was a challenge on Luis Chavez. Clean challenge, says the referee. South Africa take it away towards the halfway line, and then Mexico commit the foul, and it's a free kick to South Africa.
I think it was Mbakazi. I mean, that was a challenge out of the 1980s, that was, John, but he did win the ball. I don't mind seeing that, but often you see referees go up for a foul there, but clearly the South African players getting frustrated.
Now 2 double changes taking place. That's it for Raul Jimenez at the age of 35. He's got his goal, so he's going to be replaced by Edson Alvarez and Armando Gonzalez, another of the big favourites here. What a reception that is for Armando Gonzalez of Guadalajara. 23 years old. Vision like that.
What an incredible burst onto the pitch. He ran on like an Olympic sprinter there, didn't he?
And South Africa, Apolis is coming on into the midfield for South Africa. And the ball goes all the way back to Williams, the goalkeeper. Long and right-footed from him, downfield, but that's over the top of Cesar Montes and through to the goalkeeper. So Reyners is off, and Modiba is off, with Evidence Mahopa and Oswin Apolis coming on for South Africa.
Modiba looks like he has a bit more physicality than Mr. Reyners. It's going to be a long end to the game for this South African team.
Yeah, this is going to be a long, what is it, less than 15 minutes to go, but the party's already started here. The rain is not dampening the enthusiasm of these Mexican supporters here at the Aztec Stadium, as Cesar Montes goes back to his goalkeeper, Rangel. Just took a moment.
He's a dodgy keeper, he is.
He just got the ball onto his other foot and was able to pass it away. Yeah, without doubt, there is going to be some pressure for Ochoa to play in the next match for Mexico, which is against South Korea in Guadalajara next Thursday. If you have just switched on, the opening match is very much going Mexico's way. In the early hours tonight, listen to South Korea against... You'll see on the BBC website. And Mexico making another change now. And it's the goal scorer who has etched his name into Mexican football history tonight. Julian Quiñones scoring the first goal in the 9th minute of this World Cup. And he also receives a huge cheer as he's replaced by Alexis Vega. So Mexico now a bit of a swagger about them as Luis Chavez takes the ball on, is able to get the cross over to the near post. That's only half cleared away, and then South Africa are able to pass it forward to Mokoena. Mokoena is dwelling on the ball, and Mokoena could get himself into trouble here. Still just outside his own penalty area. He's lost. He has got away with that. The 17-year-old Mora took the ball off him and is adjudged to have fouled him.
Well, maybe there was a foul maybe 5 seconds earlier. Mokoena was twisting and turning and trying to get away from him, but then he tries to turn again, takes a poor touch, and Mora was onto him, nicked the ball off him. Oh, that was a softie.
It was. It remains 2-0 though. That's good enough for Mexico. And this is announced as a full house. 80,824 is the official attendance. I must say, I thought the capacity was 83, but there we are. But there are some seats covered over by tarpaulin behind the goals, because actually with the big advertising hoardings, if you sat in those seats, you wouldn't be able to see the action. So a full house. Gianni Infantino, the FIFA president, is here. He'll be very pleased to see those words, full house. South Africa with the ball on the edge of the penalty area. A low shot, but that is straight at goalkeeper Rangel, who was able to gather that quite comfortably. Straight at and drop forward. It was struck by the substitute Apolis, but straight at the goalkeeper. And actually, Alvarado, I think, in trying to block that, has ended up...
No, I think there was an earlier incident into the box where Alvarado gets caught by a South African player.
Yeah, but he's all right. He's climbing to his feet. 10 minutes to play, and the songs begin again. Listen to this. This is the sound of the Azteca on the day that Mexico City are on their way to victory in the opening match at this World Cup, of which they are co-hosts.
It does make you wonder when you're sitting in this stadium and taking it all in this afternoon. How is this stadium not getting the final?
Well, I think we probably know that. America are the major partners in this World Cup. But Mexico have never lost here when they've played in the World Cup. This is the 8th match. They'll have won 6 and drawn 2. And the referee is running across
I wonder
to
whether
the
this
side
is
of
for
the
the
pitch.
earlier coming together on the edge of the box.
On Alvarez, the challenge on Alvarado.
Yeah.
Well, the referee's been called across to have a look at the monitor, and we can only assume this could be South Africa going down to 9 men. And it was Alvarado who's challenged from behind, just outside the box. Oh, there's a raised arm.
So, yeah. It's a little raised arm,
slap on the back of the
left
head.
arm, isn't it? This will be a red card, violent conduct.
Well, it's been spotted by the video assistant referee, who's from Colombia, Nicolas Gallo, and the referee down there, Wilton Sampaio. I think this is going to be a sorry opening match for South Africa. Once he's had a look at this and once the discussion has taken place, we're going to see a second red card for South Africa. That would appear to be the case. Already, Spetelo Sitoli has been sent off.
It's a left arm, isn't it? It's Alvarado, I think it's one who blocks. Alvarado blocks the line of his run, and it's coming together, but it's a little thump on the top of the head, or he's saying no. Isn't he the ref?
Is he?
Or is he saying let me through?
Or are we going to hear the announcement?
Attacker number 11, commissaire van play is arms directly in the face of the defender. Decision, direct free red card.
South Africa are down to 9 men in the opening match. What a sorry day it's been for them. They've been well beaten on the pitch, and now down to 9 men. And the red card is now officially shown. And Zwan, Temba Zwan, who only came on as a substitute in the second half, he's been sent off for that sort of slap on the back of the head of Alvarado.
He's gesturing like there was nothing in it. Alvarado blocked the line of his run. There's a coming together. What you can't do then in that situation is lash out, and that's what he did with his left arm. Thumped Alvarado on the head with his forearm, and that's one of South Africa's most experienced players losing his head. So what a sorry state of affairs.
Yeah, Zwan, the 36-year-old who's had all manner of injury problems the last couple of years, got onto the field as a substitute, and now they're down to 9 men. He's only been on the field for 20 minutes, Zwan, and now 2-0 down, 2 men down, and there's only one way that this match is going to end up, with just over 5 minutes to play.
Yeah, they want to see full time as quickly as possible for Mexico. A chance to get another goal or two.
Goal kick it is to South Africa that Williams is going to take. I think that what must have been a very heavy rainstorm, although the rain is still coming down through that hole in the roof right above my head. I can't believe I'm the only one who's got the hole in the stadium roof above them. But there we are. We know that the World Cup is going to send you all sorts of challenges, and that's the first one. And I should have had that sombrero. That would have kept the rain off. So as the sun tries to come out, Mexico have the ball at their feet. A long right-footed pass out towards the left-hand side. Gallardo controls that, plays it infield. Mexico have got all of the time and the space. They've got the run of the Aztec Stadium now, with South Africa, the 9 men of South Africa dropping back into position. As for the home nations at this World Cup, Scotland play on, well, it's Saturday over here. It's the early hours of Sunday back home, 2 a.m. BST against Haiti. So 5 Live all over that. Alistair Lamont and Pat Nevin will bring you the commentary there. And England play first on Wednesday, 9 o'clock UK time in Dallas, which is where I'm heading next, against Croatia. So 2 more dates for your diary if they're not in there already. Mexico in possession with Edson Alvarez, and now Here it comes to the left-hand side to Vega, another of the substitutes. Vega has the option of Gallardo to his right. Does now find Gallardo, who has got space there. Gallardo's ball into the penalty area. Mora with a chance, but in comes the challenge. Still on the edge of the penalty area, but the South African defenders, and that's effectively what they're doing now, are able to pounce on the ball and scramble it away. They want a free kick. It's not given. South Africa do break forward, but that doesn't last for long. And then there's another foul over there on the far side, a shove in the back of Israel Reyes, and it's a free kick to Mexico just inside their own half. 2-0 Mexico, 5 Live and the World Service from the BBC.
Yep, and yet another foul there from South Africa. We're just seeing the red card offence again, and someone just lashes out with his left arm. That pretty much sums up South Africa's afternoon, and they're going to have to somehow recover in Group A, aren't they? Possibility of a third place in the group being enough for them, but little margin of error. But what a start for Mexico.
What a start for Mexico. What a terrible start for South Africa, who now will be right up against that. Obviously those two players will be suspended for their next match against the Czech Republic in Atlanta on Thursday, but also the damaging effect of this as well when they've been so well beaten.
Absolutely. They'll have to somehow dust themselves off and move on to the next game and hope they can get a positive result. 5-3 formation now. They just want this game to end. It's a sorry end.
Yes, it is. Mexico, low ball played in towards the edge of the area, and Gonzalez is after that, but then another challenge comes in. The referee's quickly over there as well, and just to make sure that there's no reaction after that challenge on the substitute Gonzalez.
A different type of player, isn't he, centre forward to Jimenez? Looks to be a runner. You could say speedy Gonzalez, John.
You could. He's the one that's named after the ants, by the way. His nickname is Hormiga, the ant, and he has been heavily influenced by Javier Hernandez, Mexico's record scorer, and they did play together right at the end of Javier Hernandez, Chicharito, remember, at the end of his career. 25 goals this season, been banging form for Guadalajara, and now he's getting his chance for the first time at a World Cup, having come on for Raúl Jiménez. We are in the 90th minute of the opening match, and Mexico on the way to victory. I cannot wait to see what the reaction is like in this stadium and also in the city. Mexico, ball headed forward towards the edge of the area. Mora is there, he's challenged from behind, goes down, and South Africa are able to smuggle it away towards the halfway line, but the game has long gone for them. In fact, it's won back for Mexico by Edson Alvarez, who has then fouled himself, and that's a free kick to Mexico.
There's a theme, hasn't there, which has emerged throughout this game. In South Africa, they lose the ball and give away daft fouls. They just haven't found any sort of rhythm. Only before the game did they find rhythm.
So the 90 minutes are up. Here comes the fourth official. And he's 7 minutes. Another 7 minutes of torture for South Africa. And we'll have to wait another 7 minutes before this party can begin. But actually, I'm looking at some of our colleagues down to our right. I think they're already heading off and getting this party started. To our left, people on their feet beginning to head down the aisles towards the exits. Although you wouldn't want to leave this. You'd want to, if you're a true Mexican supporter, you would want to be here to sing Cielito Lindo right at the end of this match. Ball played forward for Gonzalez, passes it back out to the right-hand side, and then all the way back towards the halfway line to Reyes. Mexico now, of course they're dominating possession. They've got 2 extra men. Vega looks for a return pass just outside the penalty area. Challenge on Mora. The referee says get up, no foul. So South Africa take it away and actually do break forward. And there might be something here for them. Mudau. Oh, he's challenged as across comes Cesar Montes, took him out at the hip, sent him flying into the penalty area. That's a free kick. And really, that surely should be a yellow card for Cesar Montes.
Yellow, and yellow will suffice. Really good direct play.
Oh, it's a red card. He sent off the Mexican captain. Cesar Montes, a red card for that challenge. As Mudeo burst forward towards the edge of the penalty area. It's a third red card of the opening match. 2 for South Africa, and now Cesar Montes has shown red as well.
I suppose. Let's have another look. Was there a Mexican player getting round? I think that's harsh to be a red. I think there were Mexican defenders back. I mean, you look at the angle where I would have got a shot off. That seems to be a really harsh decision, that, on Montes, who's had an excellent afternoon up until now.
That's quite a blow for Mexico.
Yeah, it is.
To lose him.
He's a key defender for them.
Montes and Vasquez, this central defensive partnership, you know, that's what this team, this Aguirre team, has been based on. So a free kick.
He's trying to stay on the pitch. He's getting like ushered off.
Yeah, he's not left the field yet. He's still in the 6-yard box. And he's still on the pitch. He's walking away towards the far side because the tunnel is actually on the opposite side of the ground to the dugouts here at the Azteca, and he has now finally crossed the white line.
I mean, it was a trip, wasn't it? I mean, it wasn't a wild challenge. I mean, the referee must be denial of an obvious goal-scoring opportunity.
Not sure about that.
No, absolutely not. The angle which he would have got a shot off, and you know, the argument defenders would have got.
It wasn't a great challenge.
No,
but it wasn't a denial of a goal-scoring opportunity like the Sitoli foul was that led to his red card. It's a free kick, nevertheless. Mokoena is going to take this, or is it actually Mbakazi is there as well? Mokoena just places the ball. That's usually the sign of who will take it.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
A very good evening to you. This is the World News in a Premium Talk Radio, Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. I'm Rona Agbara. First, the headlines. Residents of Orowa community in Umeme Kingdom, Obiakwa local government area, recount their losses following devastating flooding. Omosuno community in Iba clan allies with leadership of paramount ruler of Iba and Obele, King Wobodo Sunday Jonah, after years of disagreement. Federal government declares Friday, June 12 as public holiday. On the foreign scene, U.S. President Donald Trump cancels scheduled bombings against Iran. Details shortly. Residents of Orowa community in Umeme Kingdom, Obiakwa local government area, have continued to recount their losses following another round of devastating flooding triggered by yesterday's heavy rainfall in Port Harcourt. The residents are appealing to the River State government for urgent intervention to address the perennial flooding that have continued to affect the community. Some of the affected residents who spoke in an interview to the FM's correspondents, Uchendo Ijowo, lamented the extensive damage caused by the flash flood, noting that their homes, businesses and valuable property were adversely submerged. The residents said the recurring flooding frequently disrupts movement and economic activities within the area, while also posing serious health and environmental risk to members of the community.
Before I cross the Quere Road, enter our compound, rain don't full my room. My FOMO, my home theater, everything there on top water. Flood for move my clothes before I come my box. Nothing way there for my house where water no enter.
If I'm not mistaken, 3 years now, and we've been experiencing flood in this environment. Looking at our properties outside, at least you can see it, you can view for yourself. We had to bring out everything because our rooms, our beds were floating. If you walk down there, we had to take our beds to that other end. We are really suffering in this environment. The last experience we had, it was up to the level of our sockets that we were scared. I had to call NEPA.
Yesterday, I was very, very surprised. Upon my height like this, so the water is up to my knee.
Before, water no dey dey like this. As the rain dey fall, the water dey go. But ever since dem do this slab, till am, because the way we here dey flooded, even caterpillar sef motor dey stop. Small motor sef no dey pass here. It's like all those green things wey dey come out from ground. It don't turn am. In fact, this one no be green again, na purple. It don't turn purple.
The victims therefore appeal to the River State government and relevant authorities to urgently come to their aid and implement lasting measures to prevent future occurrences. Meanwhile, the Secretary of the Orowo Community Development Committee, CDC, Eze Otuonye, said several appeals and complaints to the appropriate authorities over the years have yielded little or no response. Otuonye urged the government to take decisive action by addressing the root causes of the flooding in the community and improve on the drainage infrastructure to safeguard lives and property.
The community has written to the local government as of last year, but since then we've not had anything up to date, and it's really disturbing the people around. I am calling on the government, the local government, and all the agencies involved to help people around, because it's really disturbing, and some persons can spoil their document and their properties, and they need to open the drainage because the drainage is filled up already.
The years of disagreements between the leadership of the paramount ruler of Iba and Obelika Kingdom and the people of Omusunu community in Iba clan has been put to rest. This is because of the people of Omusunu block have agreed to work with the leadership of King Wobodo Sunday Jonah as the paramount ruler of Iba and Obele Kingdom. Some stakeholders from Omusunu, Owonugo Okachi Igbo and Chief Ndubisi Oguzwo, who spoke shortly after a peace and reconciliation meeting held in Iba, said the entire Omusunu people have decided to respect and obey Supreme Court's judgment that affirmed King Wobodo Sunday Jonah as the paramount ruler of Oviawo Kingdom. They declare that henceforth there will be no segregation, but will work together with the king and his council of chiefs and elders for the overall interest of the development of Iba and Oviawo as large.
It's a peace everybody has been longing for. And then now, as it pleases God, the peace has come. So nobody will say no. We have made peace, we have made peace. Omusunu now is in Iba full. Iba and Omusunu are working together. No more segregation, no division. That is that. No Omusunu man will come out and say no. I am chief of Igbo. I'm not both with me and Dr. Guso, who is also chief of Igbo. I am from Omucholo. We have decided. The whole Omusunu has decided. He is Dr. Mebe from Obuleba. Everybody is in support.
Today everybody is happy. Omusunu people are happy. No more segregation. We have evaluated and assessed Royal Highness of Uva has been doing well. And today, we have decided to obey the Supreme Court order. That is the final oracle. Oracle spoke. We're going to work together. There's anybody in Omusun that says he does not consent to this peace. That person is on his or her own.
In his responses, the paramount ruler of Iba and Obele communities, King Wobodo Sunday Jonah, welcomed the decisions of Omusunu people, which he described as a well decision in right direction. King Sunday Jonah, while recounting years of disagreement and crisis in the community, expressed optimism that with the cooperation of Omusunu people, Iba will gain more progress.
Yeah, today is a special day in my life and the life of the entire people of Uva Kingdom. For many years, Uva has been in problem. We have been having problems because of chieftaincy matter. And this has dragged us for years and great development. But today, in fact, well, this is one of the important communities in Uva Kingdom. Omusunu is a large community. And we have made up our mind to work together. They have embraced my administration and I have also embraced them. And Uva will now move forward. So everything, there's no more problem in Uva. You can see with your eyes, you can see the crowd here, you can see.
The Elele Alimini General Council Forum has scheduled 13th of June 2026 to hold their next meeting to discuss some vital issues including security reports, especially on the issue of roadside trading, herders' activities, profiling of motorcycle operators. The issue of disrespect in regards to invitations from the palace, especially to multinational companies, consideration on strengthening of Elele Alimini security, vigilance, proliferation of religious organizations in Elele Alimini, reports and review of court suits and litigations will also form major issues to be discussed in the meeting. The Elele Alimini General Council, which is scheduled to hold at 10 a.m. at the Community Civic Center, will also consider the adoption of reports by Committee on Burial Rights, Custom and Tradition, reports on expansion of OHA in Council,
In reports by the councillor representing Ward 9 in Nemoha local government area, Sylvanus Ekweme DK. In a statement by the public relations officer of the Ogbako Elele Alimini, Chief Lord Miza Okpaka, on behalf of the Royal Highness, Eze Peter Wagbara, said the forum will also look at the report by a committee on abandoned government projects in Elele Alimini. The statement invited all the statutory representative members of various villages, including the Ohain Council, chiefs, elites, CDC, Oganihu, Ilinwere, Nandi community, youth body, and representative of the non-indigens and the entire people of Elele Alimini resident, home and abroad, to be part of the second quarter general meeting of the Ogbako Elele Alimini 2026. The statement also affirmed that other critical issues may deem necessary will be discussed and urged indigenous to be part of the forum for the benefit of the development of the community. The people of Rumosi community in Nobiakwa local government area of River State have faulted the claims of Chief Colonel Ogumerum Eke that his family secured several court judgments against Rumosi people. The chairman of Ikekwaru village of Rumosi community, Elder Ernest Ihunda, in reaction to the comments by Eke, acknowledged that Eke's family actually secured judgment against other families within his community, Rumagolu, and not against Rumosi people. Ihunda, who doubles as the chairman of the anti-land grabbers committee in Rumosi, while narrating how Colonel Ogumerum Eke had, during the court proceeding at Choba Customary Court, pleaded with Rumosi people to witness for his family in the landed property numbering about 106 plots, contrary to claim that the land is 6,000 plots. Ihunda, while confirming that the land is in question, is currently a subject of litigation before River State High Court, challenged Colonel Gumerum Eke to present any other judgments he claimed to have secured before the court, just as he commended the intervention of Obiakwo Council Chairman Gift Walu.
Mr. Colonel Ogureke got a judgment against his people, Normal community, not Rumus community. When this matter was going on at Choba Customary Court, Ogureke came to my family seeking for witness, to come and witness for him. We asked him that we cannot witness for you without the Normal community because to enter gender. Colonel Ogureke filed premier objection that the matter is doing is along the SAS road. Refusing to join is not a judgment. I'm surprised in hearing that Colonel Ogureke say he had a judgment over Rumus community. We are present in court with Rumal community, including Colonel Ogureke. Why not he bring the judgment there, over there? Then somebody cannot use 160 plots, over 6,000 plots.
Also speaking, the property owner along Obrikwe Airport Road, Basoene Benibo, criticized Colonel Gumerum Eke for using a single judgment of Shoba Customary Court covering 160 plots of land to convert to 6,000 plots of land, revealing how Survey General of the state had reported to Nigerian police.
Covering 160 plots. What he is using to lay claim on over 6,000 plots. What are it? He uses that judgment to go to various lands in Rivers State to claim ownership. He had severally deceived the Commissioner of Police, who gave him cover always. Now, the facts are clear. The customary court judgment, which he won, only has 160 plots in Roma Hollow.
Another stakeholder who also reacted to the issue, Austin Omunaku Amadi, insisted that Rumagolu community do not own property along Obrikwe Airport Road, but along SARS Road, which is where the land in the judgment in favor of Eke and his family situated. Wondered why Colonel Gumerum Eke has continued to deceive members of the public with the same judgment. The leadership and members of the Nigerian Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, NIEEE, has solicited for collaboration with OSF Company and the paramount ruler of Rumo Precom Kingdom in Obiakwa local government area of River State, His Royal Majesty King Barry Amewule Owabe, for their international conference expected to hold in Port Harcourt. The national president of the Nigerian Engineers of Electronics, Engineer Felix Adebayo, made the request when he led a delegation on a courtesy visit to the paramount ruler of Rumo Precom Kingdom, His Royal Majesty King Barry Amewule Owabe. Engineer Adebayo, in a speech at the palace, said that they were at the palace to pay royal homage ahead of their international conference in Port Harcourt, scheduled between 12th and 16th of October 2026. Engineer Debayo, while recalling that Port Harcourt hosted same event in 2018, added that the association represents over 10,000 engineers, including telecom and AI engineers, reassuring that all the electrical engineers will be in attendance during the conference. He pleaded with the Paramount ruler to convey their program to his subjects, particularly engineers and investors, to avail themselves the opportunity of participating during the event, noting that their target audience are engineers, investors, and students community to brainstorm ideas and remain relevant with the current global trends.
Net zero goal of having pollution-free, environmental-friendly energy generation. And so what oil serve is doing serves as a bridge in that transition as we move away from fossil fuel dependence economy to green energy. So we're here to collaborate with them. Our institutes having engineers, especially electronic engineers, and especially that we're having this year conference in Port Harcourt, our upcoming engineers and younger engineers in the area of training.
In his responses, the paramount ruler of Rumipurikum Kingdom, His Royal Majesty King Barry Amewule Owabe, who spoke through Sir Chief Sonny Ovunda, thanks the President and members of the Nigerian Engineers of Electrical Electronics (NE) for the choice of Port Harcourt in their international conference. He expressed hope that the paramount ruler will give positive response to their request and ensure that critical stakeholders were mobilized during the event in October this year.
The request you made and those who will partner with you, who will convey that to ways of doing it, you will be able to make one or two contacts from you. On behalf of the kingdom, we wish and clear that this conference you're coming to River State will be the best ever. Very peaceful deliberation. Deliberations lift your national.
Today FM correspondent reports of the group while at the Oil Serve Company, President Felix Adegboye commended the Oil Serve Company on their transition efforts from fossil fuel dependency economy to the green energy economy as Nigeria is working towards net zero goal, pollution-free, environmental friendly, and energy generation, among other things. Responding on behalf of Oil Serve Company, the Chief of Staff to the MD CEO of the company, Cephalus Wariri, thanked NIE for the choice of the company and promised that their request will be communicated to the management, adding that the gesture is part of their corporate social responsibilities and a way of showcasing their products and services. You're listening to the World News on Today95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Please stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thanks for staying with us now. The rest of our stories. The federal government has declared Friday, June 12, 2026, a public holiday to commemorate this year's Democracy Day. The announcement was made in a statement issued on Thursday by the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Interior, Magdalene Ajani, on behalf of the Minister of Interior, Olubimi Tunji-Ojo. According to the statement, the declaration highlights the government's recognition of June 12 as a defining moment in Nigeria's democratic journey and a tribute to the courage, resilience, and sacrifices of citizens who fought for democratic governance. The minister reaffirmed the federal government's commitment to preserving democratic ideals, including the rule of law, transparency, accountability, and inclusive governance, noting that the current administration remains committed to upholding these principles. He also stressed that maintaining a secure environment is essential for sustaining democracy and advancing national development. He added that the Ministry of Interior, in collaboration with relevant authorities, security agencies, will continue to strengthen internal security measures to protect lives and property across the country. The minister urged Nigerians to use the occasion for civic reflection and to recommit themselves to lawful conduct, responsible citizenship, and national unity. June 12 is observed annually as Nigeria's official Democracy Day and commemorates a 1993 presidential election, widely regarded as the freest and fairest in the country's history. The election was won by Moshood Olawale MKO Abiola, whose victory was annulled by the military government, triggering a prolonged political crisis and intensifying calls for democratic rule. For many years, Nigeria celebrated Democracy Day on May 29, marking the transfer of power from military to civilian rule in 1999. However, in 2018, former President Muhammadu Buhari officially moved the national observance to June 12 in recognition of the significance of the 1993 election and the sacrifices of those who struggled for democracy. House of Representatives has passed the State Police Bill. The resolution followed the voting on the floor during the plenary session on Thursday, presided over by the Speaker of the House, Tajuddin Abbas. According to Abbas, 288 lawmakers voted in support of the bill, while 4 were against it. A day after the lawmakers dedicated Thursday to debating the bill, the lawmakers voted on the bill by a show of hands as the Speaker explained that the electronic voting system is not functional. Meanwhile, the Senate has passed the bill on the establishment of state police through second reading. It deferred the debate to the Senate Committee on Constitutional Review during the plenary. The Senate President, Gospel Akpabio, said the lawmakers will vote on the bill during the next sitting. Journalists, civil society organizations, and government have been urged to work together to tackle corruption and financial crimes with stakeholders, stressing that whistleblowers must be adequately protected to encourage the exposure of wrongdoing. The call was made during a 3-day whistleblowing and financial crimes training for journalists and civil society organizations organized by the Platform to Protect Whistleblowers in Africa, in collaboration with the African Center for Media and Information Literacy and Corruption, Anonymous, in Port Harcourt. Head of investigations at the Platform to Protect Whistleblowers in Africa, Sonia Rowley, said cases of tax evasion, cybercrime, and embezzlement are increasing across the world, including Africa. She emphasized the need to protect whistleblowers, describing them as critical sources of information that help to uncover corruption and promote accountability.
To have prosecutors that will prosecute the person based on the revelation of the whistleblower. And what we see right now is actually only the media and the civil society are capable of dealing with whistleblower, because the whistleblower doesn't trust, for example, institutions in a lot of countries and doesn't want to blow the whistle to prosecutor or to investigative agency, state-owned investigative agency, because they feel like they won't get the kind of protection that they need. So a whistleblower law will clarify all those things, and PLAF, the platform that protects whistleblower, is actually protecting whistleblower, obviously.
Also speaking, Cameroonian investigative journalist and founder of the Museba project, Christian Loka, said many people are afraid to provide information because they lacked confidence and they would be protected. He explained that the training was designed to equip journalists and the skills to get the skills to engage whistleblowers, safeguard confidential sources, verify information, and secure sensitive reports before publication.
It is always difficult somebody to come to a journalist to give information, but we are those who should assure them that there is protection and we are professional. So that's why we gave some tools to go about how to talk to the whistleblower, to assure him, to give him some security tools so that you discuss with him safely, and to work with him during the investigation till the publication, and always make sure that you are safe, he is safe, and the information is also safe.
U.S. President Donald Trump on Thursday said he was calling off strikes on Iran and flagged the signing of a possible deal with Tehran after top-level talks. Iran had warned Washington on Thursday that it risked wading into an endless quagmire of war and soaring energy prices after Trump vowed to launch a new round of airstrikes and to seize an island oil terminal. Smoke rised from the site of a string of Israeli airstrikes that targeted the southern Lebanese city of Nabesha on June 11, 2026. Iran's chief negotiator in talks with the Americans, Parliamentary Speaker Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, issued a stark warning after the two sides exchanged overnight fire, and Trump threatened that U.S. forces would hit very hard. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. The residents of Orowa community in Rumeme Kingdom, Obiakpo local government area, have recounted their losses following devastating flooding. The people of Omusunu community in Iba clan have allied with the leadership of the paramount ruler of Iba and Obele King Wobodo Sunday Jonah after years of disagreement. We told you that the federal government has declared Friday, June 12, a public holiday. On the foreign scene, you also heard that the U.S. President Donald Trump has cancelled scheduled bombings against Iran. That was the news as edited by Ochendu Ijowa. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com, on Facebook at Today95.1fm, on Instagram at TodayFM951, on X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live at Today95.1fm. I'm Rona Agbara. Thank you so much for listening. Good evening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Maybe home is somebody's smile when they look at you for the first time. Maybe home is being a home to something you love and adore with all your heart, and that is what life, friendship, and love are all about. Maybe home is listening to all of your favorite shows on Today 95.1 FM. We create memories. We inspire comfort. We are the voice of the people, and we are home away from home.
Looking to grow your business?
Ready to elevate your brand and reach the right audience? This is your moment to take your brand to the next level with Today 95.1 FM.
Your trusted voice, reaching thousands of listeners every single day.
From startups to established brands, we create powerful advertising solutions that boost your visibility and drive real growth.
Our affordable advertising packages are designed to give your business maximum visibility and real results.
Don't just advertise where people are listening.
Call us today on 0818-389-2850 or visit our station to book your slot now at Today FM Drive off East West Road, Obiapo.
Today FM 95.1.
Your voice, your market, your success.
Hello there. Welcome to Focus on Africa, and I'm Nkechi Obonna in Nairobi. It's game day, and host country Mexico will play South Africa today as the 2026 FIFA World Cup finally kicks off. We discuss the buzz and controversies surrounding the tournament with former Ugandan international women's footballer Jane Seninda and former Ghanaian international star Jonathan Mensah.
African contingents are many this time, so we do have higher possibility of reaching either the semi-finals again or going for it all.
And in Kenya, we go to West Pokot, a remote region where young out-of-school girls are trained in vocational skills. We speak to a 23-year-old plumber who has solved her community's water problems.
It will be easier for me to get a job, considering that the fact that this village there is now a girl who have studied plumbing. I will get that opportunity easily.
It's Thursday, June 11th. Before the world turns its attention to the biggest football tournament on the planet, one story has captured the hearts of many across Africa. The government of Somalia has expressed deep regret over the decision by U.S. authorities to deny entry to renowned Somali international referee Omar Abdulkadir Artan, who had been selected to officiate at the 2026 FIFA World Cup. The decision sparked disappointment and debate, not only in Somalia but across the continent, with many questioning how one of Africa's most accomplished match officials could miss football's grandest stage. Despite the setback, 34-year-old Omar returned home to a hero's welcome. Thousands gathered in Mogadishu, filling the streets with cheers, songs, and messages of support, celebrating a man whose journey has inspired countless young Africans to dream beyond borders. The controversy has since drawn a response from FIFA President Gianni Infantino,
Of course, it is unfortunate as well what happened to Omar. But again, we don't control everything. We try, we will discuss, we will speak, we will see. Maybe sometimes it's good as well to just, chill, relax. We try always to find solutions. Always. But then we need to respect that we are not the kings of the world who can rule over governments and police forces and I don't know what. We are a sports organization. We try to do our best with the means that we have.
Omar Atan was set to be the first referee from Somalia to officiate at a World Cup after making FIFA's final list for the tournament. He is one of Africa's top referees and was named the continent's best male referee in 2025. He made this statement upon arriving back in Somalia on Wednesday.
I specifically want to thank our country, the Somali public and our government for standing by me and for their immense support. What they have expressed is only a fraction of the efforts they were making behind the scenes. FIFA has also supported me greatly. They stood by me and tracked my journey up until my arrival here. I promise you, God willing, that I will attend the next one. I want the Somali public to take comfort in this and remain confident. It is up to all of us to defend the Somali name.
Now, every 4 years, the World Cup offers more than just football. It becomes a stage where nations tell their stories, challenge perceptions, and inspire millions beyond the pitch. For Africa, the tournament carries a unique significance. It is a chance not only to compete against the world's best, but also to showcase the continent's growing influence in global football. From the streets of Accra and Algiers to the neighborhoods of Casablanca, Dakar, Cairo, Lagos, and Johannesburg, dreams are built around the hope that an African team can go further than ever before. That belief was strengthened in 2022 when Morocco became the first African nation to reach a World Cup semi-final, rewriting history and sparking celebrations across the continent. Their success reignited a question that has been in the minds of many for decades. Can an African nation win the World Cup? This World Cup will be a test of how African football is evolving. The tournament will see 10 African countries participate, the highest number ever. So what should we expect from the tournament? Which teams are best positioned to challenge for glory? Can Africa take another historic step forward? To discuss all of that, I spoke with former Ghana international footballer Jonathan Mensah and a former Ugandan international women's footballer Jean Seninda. We began with weighing the emotions ahead of the tournament.
I'm really excited, and I think the fact that the World Cup was extended this time gives Africa more slots, and the fact that also we have hope. It's no longer about the fact that, okay, is Africa just a participant? This time we know that we can go and give it a shot at winning. We have some big guns out there. We're giving a lot of trust, for example, in Morocco. We're putting a lot of trust, at least for me, in Senegal. So those are my two strong teams in Africa. I think they can go out and do something. I think this is our time as Africa, to be honest. So I'm really excited. I can't wait to watch the first games. I think we're going to have teams that are going to face some strong opposition out there. But all in all, for me, I'm excited for the World Cup to start.
Jonathan, Jean is saying she's excited about the increase in the number of teams to 48, giving Africans more opportunities. How excited are you about this sentiment?
We're glad that the African contingents are many this time, so we do have higher possibility of reaching either the semi-finals again or going for it all. So grateful that Morocco paved the way. Obviously, they got to the semi-finals. Now all the African countries believe they can also achieve that or even, go for the ultimates.
Ghana has made it to this year's tournament, and for you, especially as a former international, how excited are you for this opportunity for Ghana?
It is exciting because we did participate in the last World Cup, and obviously it was a little bit disappointing because we didn't make it out of our group, which has been 2 consecutive World Cups where we didn't make it out of our group. So this time around, we want to win our first game to begin with, because in order to get out of your group, you need to get some points. So win the first game, take it a day at a time, and then focus on the next game and obviously get out of the group. It's a tough group. We're playing England, Croatia, and then Panama. So the boys are ready. I've seen some few videos from camp, and they're looking good. Obviously, with a new coach coming in, it's going to be a tough challenge, but I know they will prepare very well and do well for the nation.
Now, we can't avoid the controversy surrounding this tournament even before it begins. We have just seen the return of Somali referee Omar Artan, who was denied entry into the U.S. We have also seen videos of some teams subjected to extra security checks upon arrival to the U.S. Now, what do you make of this, Jean?
I'm really sad because Omar is the top referee in Sekafa, he's the top referee in Africa. He refereed in the finals of the Champions League. So that shows he's really a top referee. He's still young, 34 years old. And he was set to become, the first Somali ever to referee in a World Cup. So this has been really sad. And of course, this is a referee who has dreamed his whole life to be able to have this opportunity. There is nothing to do. This is sometimes the politics of things that happen, and of course getting that confirmation. When I heard the news, I kept thinking, can FIFA do something? Of course, there is a lot of outrage, not only from us, but of course from the Somali government as well. His biggest dream, of course, is to become a top referee, and he knows he will get so many other opportunities, So I'm hoping that he remains positive. I know just by him being named to be one of the referees in this World Cup is already a big inspiration to so many other young referees out there.
Right. Jonathan, I heard you there agreeing with what Jean was saying.
Yes, I agree. Whenever there's an opportunity like this, you are always eager to go out there and obviously not just represent yourself, but represent your nation and then, your continent. So for this not to happen for him, it didn't happen for all Africa.
How are some of these practices capable of affecting the morale of the teams and their performance in the overall tournament?
Cannot ban the football, and when African teams walk out on the pitch, despite everything, that will be the most powerful statement of this entire World Cup, us performing on the pitch, because everything that's going to happen around at the end of the day will not matter.
In light of all that's happening, we're always going to stand tall and remain positive, because sometimes if it's happening to all the teams, we would just, be fine with it. But if it's happening to just some few teams, few selected teams, then we will start questioning why this, why that, why is there no search for other teams and there's search for other specific teams. So we will definitely throw out some questions out there. Hopefully we get some answers. But if we don't, we will still remain positive and focus on the task ahead, which is going out there, showing the talent we have and, get some great results.
You both have spoken about your hopes on Morocco and Senegal to be the two teams you're rooting for to take Africa very far in the tournament.
I will jump in that one. Sorry, Nkechi, because my Ghana is in the tournament. So Ghana, Morocco, and then Senegal. Yes, I still have my Ghana in there. So obviously, like I said, I shared almost everything she said, but Ghana first, Morocco, and then Senegal.
No, I have to mention Ghana has been there so many years and we've not had anything. I won't say that we've lost hope as Africa, but anyway, we'll take it from there.
That's right.
Well, Jonathan still has faith and hope in his home team.
I'm going to go with my PSG, Hakimi. We've just watched him recently in the finals of the Champions League, so he's going to be a big one we're going to look out for. And also that penalty against Spain in 2002, those are the things I'm looking at, a bit of quality, a bit of fun, a bit of entertainment. And of course, we can't rule out Sadio Mane. He's always a household name on the big stage and he always shines. Mo Salah from Egypt, we don't know if this will be his last World Cup or he's still thinking of playing, but I know he would want to leave a good mark.
The first game is South Africa versus Mexico. Still with you, Jean. Who's your winner for that game?
I'm going to go with my African team, South Africa.
Jonathan?
There's no other winner except my people. Because, I played in South Africa as well. So I'm rooting for them, that's for sure.
Okay.
We're being biased here.
Yeah, of course. We need to be.
Jonathan, you're now into sports photography as a hobby, or you just discovered a new talent?
It's a hobby which I'm enjoying so much. I'm loving it. I used to do it whilst I was still actively playing, and it's something that I love. I love doing so much, and obviously my wife has been encouraging me to do what I love to do, which is going out there, taking photos of nature and all that. Now I'm kind of like diving really deep into the sports world. I'm enjoying every bit of it. So hopefully the hobby and the passion can turn into something else, which I'm really, really excited about. So
fantastic.
Watch out. You might probably be on the sidelines or somewhere reporting, and you see me taking photos of you.
Looking forward to it. Ghana's Jonathan Mensah and Uganda's Jean Seninde speaking to me earlier. This is Focus on Africa from the BBC World Service. We are now in a remote region of Kenya called West Pokot, where students at the Peror Rays of Hope Technical and Vocational School are celebrating their graduation. Among them is 23-year-old Esther McClap, a young woman graduating with plumbing skills. Esther once dreamed of becoming a medical doctor, but financial hardship forced her to put that ambition aside. In West Pokot, where many families struggle to make ends meet, girls often leave school early because of child marriage and teenage pregnancy. According to the Kenya Demographic and Health Survey, approximately 23% of girls are married before the age of 18. But can educating girls break cycles of poverty and inequality? And what real difference does that investment make? My colleague Nasteha Mohammed followed Esther's journey, and I started by asking her to paint a picture of the community where Esther grew up.
I chose Esther as my case study after visiting her homestead. Esther is one of the girls who benefited from an NGO to get technical skills.
With the skills of plumbing I gained through her lab program, I decided to come up with this idea of bringing water from the river to our home through gravity. I tell my father about the idea, and he supported me by selling his land.
I saw a lot of untold stories in her. She is a mother of a 2-year-old, and what struck me a lot is that she's very young, very beautiful girl in the village. She carried a lot of resilience in her, and she is basically a representative of, I would say, that village for me.
How old is Esther?
Esther is 23 years old, and she lives with her parents, and she comes from a family of 8 children.
Esther's father sold part of his land to support her. How significant is that, especially in attitudes towards girls' education in the community?
Personally, I was actually surprised when I was doing the interview with the dad, and he mentioned that she approached him and told him that I want to fix water from the river. They say it's like 30 kilometers. Which takes
away from their
home. So she was on a break, the technical break from the school. So what struck me most about the dad was that the fact that it's a patriarchal community. I was literally shocked when he told me that Esther convinced him to, and it didn't take him a long time to, accept what his daughter told him.
Most of the people in my village tell me that I sold my piece of land and ask me why I did that. And at the end of the day, she will get married and she will only help herself. How is she going to help you now that you sold your land, even if she brought water in our homestead? They tell me that I should not have done that. Instead, I should have used the money to educate my boys. I always feel bad, but doesn't stop me from helping my daughter, who is going to help me later in life.
And land is a very great asset in the African community. Yeah?
Right.
But the dad was very, categorical. I wanted my girl to be empowered.
I decided to take the pipes and I started installing them from the river to our home. Now that we have the water in our home, our neighbors who used to go to fetch water to the river, they now come and fetch water. As they reach here, they just open here and fetch their water, then return it again, and the water proceeds to the farm. Now in the farm, we plant vegetables like sukuma wiki, we have tomatoes, and also maize. And the sukuma wiki now is serving the whole community. They don't go again far distance to Sebit. They come to purchase here at home, and it is near to them. And I also have a project of trees. I've decided to plant trees that will help the community as food to the kettles and also medicine. And it will also trap the toxic gases released from the factory, and also it will change the environment.
Now, Nasteha, I want you to paint a picture for us. What role is the vocational school playing in helping girls overcome challenges such as poverty, discourage them from early marriage, and even teenage pregnancies?
The school is called Perur Hope of Race. The first thing that I saw was that the school gives these girls an opportunity that they can't get anywhere else. And when you look at them, most of them are very young mothers. So the vocational school is much more teaching them technical skills. The school being based in a remote village, and it's only meant for girls. And it started 2024. All the way to 2025. I saw many young women, coming from vulnerable backgrounds. There's poverty, there's teenage pregnancies and all that. So it gives them basically a second chance in life. And the girls who already are mothers, they were given an opportunity whereby they can do tailoring. But at the same time, while they're in class, there's someone like 3 to 4 women who are looking after their kids.
Basically, the girls had like a daycare center that was catering to their children whilst they were in school, so they were not distracted.
Totally no distraction. So you come in, you put the baby on the daycare. It's a specific unit just meant for them. I mean, I saw them trickling in, like coming in with their babies crying and all that. The girls would just go to their classes, do their tailoring with the help of teachers and all that.
That's very different. But in your view and from your findings in the community, would you say that it is supported by the government? Is it a government initiative or there are other partners involved?
There's so many partners that are involved in this project, from government all the way to the non-governmental organizations. Several organizations are part of it, and they came up with this because they could see the high number of school dropouts. And also, it's important for me to mention that there are women who were actually behind this project, and they were very optimistic that we are giving these girls a second chance in life.
Would you then say that the vocational training has been effective in the community?
It's definitely very effective because most of the girls will stay at home, but right now they're all engaged. If they stay at home, that means vulnerability towards getting married, going through the female genital mutilation, never ever getting an opportunity to do what they're currently doing.
Talking about Esther Steele, she used her plumbing skills as well to create the water from the stream to her home. Yeah. That's an incredible skill, having done just 3 months in the vocational training. What does her story tell us about the wider impact educating girls can have on families and communities?
Esther's story is very interesting from the word go. With the help of her 3 young brothers, she was able to get the pipes all the way, of course, modified. And it tells of a story of how important it is to educate a girl. The water is literally trickling to the farms. It's also helping the neighbors. So I think it's a story of resilience, and also it shows that education is a very powerful investment. And then also the other thing I could see from Esther's story and her getting this second chance in life is that she is going to be financially stable. And financial stability, when you look at the rural woman, it's not an easy thing to achieve. Because of her, the family is able to provide in terms of getting their own vegetables. She's also getting money. And by the time I was living in that place, she had already been contacted by a cement company. She got an internship with the company.
I'm going to Semtech company, where I will be the only girl who did plumbing in our community. And it will be easier for me to get a job, considering that the fact that this village there is no girl who have studied plumbing. I will get that opportunity easily.
And this cement company earlier on had looked for somebody. The whole of West Pokot, they could not find a plumber.
Right. So Esther emerged as the most qualified plumber to work for the cement factory.
For the cement factory, yes.
Your report suggests that more girls are staying in school and community attitudes are changing. What do you think is driving that change?
Many families are announcing the importance of girls' education, and they would rather have their girls in school than being mothers, because remember, that will increase the burden of the family. And you can tell by the number of applications that the institution is getting. The applications surpassed 700, while only 150 girls are needed.
Many thanks to my colleague Nasteha Mohammed. And that's it on Focus on Africa today. Should you want to speak with us, send a WhatsApp message on +254 791 269 243 or drop us an email on focusonafrica@bbc.co.uk. You can also leave us a message on our social media at BBC Africa or my handle at @IamNkechiuna, and that's with double N. Today's episode was produced by Godwin Asediba in Nairobi and Blessing Aderogba in Lagos. Kigante Shumba was the senior journalist in charge, and Maxwell Onyango, the technical producer. Our editors are Charles Gitonga and Mariam Abdallah. I'm Nkechi Obonna, and I'll speak to you again soon.
What if the internet had a voice? What if we knew exactly what you love to listen to? What if we understood your vibe, your voice, your opinion? Today, 95.1 FM. Today, 95.1 FM. We are the voice of the people.
Looking to grow your business?
Ready to elevate your brand and reach the right audience? This is your moment to take your brand to the next level with Today 95.1 FM.
Your trusted voice, reaching thousands of listeners every single day.
From startups to established brands, we create powerful advertising solutions that boost your visibility and drive real growth.
Our affordable advertising packages are designed to give your business maximum visibility and real results.
Don't just advertise where people are listening.
Call us today on 0818-389-2850 or visit our station to book your slot now at Today FM Drive off East West Road, Obiakpo.
Today FM 95.1.
Your voice, your market, your success.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
talking for some time now.
Son, calm down.
Yes.
If you're really sure that you like her, go for her.
Okay, sir.
Come on, boy. Come on, boy.
Stay moisturized.
Want to know what's happening? Get latest information in sports, politics, lifestyle, you name it. The frequency of choice. Today 95.1 FM.
Today 95.1 FM.
We serve you the latest update on everything. Today 95.1 FM. We are the voice of the people.
The voice of the people.